Hare Krishna. So today we are starting Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. It's a conversation between His Divine Grace and Bob Cohen, a Peace Corps worker in India, who later on became a disciple of Srila Prabhupada. So, introduction. Oh yeah, this is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Lalita Devidasi. Introduction. A perfectly presumptuous title. 33 years have passed since I sat near the Ganges River having the conversation described in this book. Since it was first published in 1976, I have shared many copies. Often it has been difficult to explain away a title that talks about my, in quotes, perfect questions, for in 1972 I was 22 years old and quite far from perfection. Yet, my partner in conversation, Srila Prabhupada, suggested the title Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers, and he was humble about himself. How did all this perfection come about? My conservative Jewish family instilled in me an inner longing to understand God, self-discovery, and anti-war protests highlighted my college years. Though in 1971, I did manage to graduate from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute with a degree in chemistry. In that milieu of introspection and protest, I became fascinated by the Hare Krishna chant, which I first heard in the late 60s in Greenwich Village, and by the Bhagavad-Gita, the primer on yoga. I learned that yoga means union with God. In quotes. The concepts of yoga attracted me, yet did not contradict the tenets of my upbringing. Still, the presentation of yoga in America troubled me. Every week, the New York Daily News ran a centerfold of the latest Indian guru proclaiming his enlightenment to the world. Who could I trust? It seemed I needed to go to the source, mystical, faraway India. After college, the Peace Corps looked like an attractive way for me to explore India, live in a village, learn the language, and genuinely check out the Gita and the chanting. India was not at all as I had imagined. Abject poverty was, I discovered, for the most part, an urban phenomenon. Though beggars swarmed through the cities, the countryside was lush with farms and peaceful villages of content people. A subtle, elusive transcendence permeated everything. After starting my assignment as a high school science teacher in Bihar, I began visiting temples, mosques, and churches. It was disenchanting. The congregations were not seeking realization. They were seeking money, good luck, and prestige. It was the religious version of the 90s TV show Let's Make a Deal. Wow. Had I traveled halfway around the world and endured Delhi belly only to find the same shallow values I had seen in materialistic America? I met various gurus but remained unimpressed. My existential search began to go up in smoke. In February 1972, I visited Calcutta during a school break. There were the Hare Krishna devotees, mostly Westerners, chanting just as I'd seen them in Greenwich Village. They invited me to visit a retreat 100 miles north of Calcutta. Deciding it fit in well with my quest, I agreed. We took a train through the verdant Bengali countryside to Mayapur, a beautiful spot near the Ganges River. Hey, we're in Mayapur right now reading this book. I don't know. Upon arriving, I discovered that Mayapur was more of a planned retreat, for now it was a recently purchased rice paddy with tents and a hut. However, the paddy was near a sacred birthplace of the famed medieval saint Sri Chaitanya, and in the hut was the founder of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness himself, an elderly gentleman named Srila Prabhupada. His followers were busy running a soup kitchen for the many refugees from the recent Indo-Pakistan war. I plunked down in the men's tent and volunteered for the food relief effort. There were 60 or so Krishna followers, mostly American or European and under 25 years old. They were enthusiastic, to say the least. Many were anxious to share their persuasion with the only English-speaking guest, me. However, I was invited to meet Srila Prabhupada, and I sensed that this was the reason I had come to India. Now, for the perfect questions part that has caused me so much discomfort. The Bhagavad-Gita, the primer on transcendence, includes this admonition for a seeker. Quote, "Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they had seen the truth." Unquote 4.34 Bhagavad-Gita. According to this instruction, there are 3 qualifications for the novice. First, visit the Guru. Second, inquire without challenging. And third, assist the Guru in some way. The Gita suggests that the Guru can impart knowledge when these 3 conditions are met. My intention in visiting Srila Prabhupada was to explore rather than contend. After meeting and studying many self-proclaimed instructors, I was extremely skeptical. Yet, Srila Prabhupada's followers intrigued me. Once I got past their zealousness, I found a genuine blend of mysticism and renunciation, along with convincing explications. I resolved to spend my time with Srila Prabhupada, learning rather than challenging. Later on, I could always decide to accept or reject what I had heard. In this way, I met the first and second of the Gita's 3 credentials. The famine relief program of the Krishna movement also occupied my day, so I was able to meet number 3 as well. So first, visit the Guru, second, inquire without challenging, and third, assist the Guru in some way. Bob Cohen Prabhu met all 3. From Srila Prabhupada's point of view, I was following the Gita's edicts, hence perfect questions. Meanwhile, Srila Prabhupada answered my questions based on prescription from the Gita 4.2. Quote, "This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way." Unquote. Srila Prabhupada answered my questions based on the ancient system of disciplic succession, repeating what he had heard from previous authorities and not making anything up. Thus, I had perfect answers for my respectful questions presented by a humble messenger of his predecessors. The first conversation I had with Srila Prabhupada was not recorded by his secretary. Therefore, the book begins without our introductions and initial dialogue. The first chapter. May reading my conversation with Srila Prabhupada lead you to your own perfection. Bob Cohen. Jai. Yes, I think we're going to start with the first chapter tomorrow. Today we have read the introduction, and what I really love about this book, and especially it was revealed in this introduction, is that this focus on the fact that really Srila Prabhupada did not make anything up, and in a similar way a bona fide guru doesn't make anything up. He only simply delivers what he has heard from his guru, and that goes up to the Supreme Lord himself. So like whenever you hear something, or whenever you know so much knowledge, so much convincing theories may be running around or flying around, but if you just question that, did you make it up, or somebody just made it up and believes it, or is it something perfect, right? So Hare Krishna. Perfect questions, perfect answers tomorrow. Oh, the link to this book will also be available tomorrow. So stay tuned and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So, perfect questions, perfect answers. By His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Sulalita Devidasi. Welcome. So, Chapter 1, Krishna the All-Attractive, February 27th, 1972. Bob, what is the meaning of the name Krishna? So this is a conversation between Bob Cohen and Srila Prabhupada. Bob saying, what is the meaning of the name Krishna? Srila Prabhupada, Krishna means all attractive. Bob, all attractive. Srila Prabhupada, yes. So unless God is all attractive, how can he be God? A man is important when he is attractive, is it not? Bob, it is so. Srila Prabhupada, so God must be attractive, and attractive for all. Therefore, if God has any name, if you want to give any name to God, only Krishna can be given. Bob, but why only the name Krishna? Srila Prabhupada, because he is all attractive. Krishna means all attractive. God has no name, but by his qualities we give him names. If a man is very beautiful, we can call him beautiful. If a man is very intelligent, we call him wise. So the name is given according to the quality. Because God is all attractive, the name Krishna can be applied only to him. Krishna means all attractive. It includes everything. Bob, but what about a name meaning all-powerful? Srila Prabhupada, yes, unless you are all-powerful, how can you be all-attractive? Shyamasundar, it's Srila Prabhupada's secretary. It includes everything. Srila Prabhupada, everything. He must be very beautiful, he must be very wise, he must be very powerful, he must be very famous. Bob, is Krishna attractive to rascals? Srila Prabhupada, oh yes, he was the greatest rascal also. Bob, how is that? Srila Prabhupada laughing, because he was always teasing the gopis. Shyamasundara, teasing? Srila Prabhupada, yes, Sometimes when Radharani would go out, Krishna would attack her, and when she would fall down, "Krishna, don't torture me in this way." They would fall down, and Krishna would take the opportunity and kiss her. He laughs. So Radharani was very pleased, but superficially, Krishna was the greatest rascal. So unless rascaldom is in Krishna, how could rascaldom be existent in the world? Our formula of God is that He is the source of everything. Unless rascaldom is in Krishna, it could not manifest here, because He is the source of everything. But His rascaldom is so nice that everyone worships His rascaldom. Bob, what about the rascals who are not so nice? Srila Prabhupada, no, rascaldom is not nice, but Krishna is absolute. He is God, therefore His rascaldom is also good. Krishna is all good. God is good. Bob, yes. Srila Prabhupada, therefore, when he becomes a rascal, that is also good. That is Krishna. Rascaldom is not good. But when it is practiced by Krishna, that rascaldom is also good, because he is absolutely good. This one has to understand. Bob, are there some people who do not find Krishna attractive? Srila Prabhupada, no. All people will find him attractive. Who is not attracted? Just give an example. This man or this living entity is not attracted to Krishna. Just find such a person. Bob, somebody who wishes to do things in life that he may feel are wrong, but who wishes to gain power or prestige or money may find God attractive. He may not find God attractive because God gives him guilt. Srila Prabhupada, no, not God. His attraction is to become powerful. A man wants to become powerful or rich, is it not? But nobody is richer than Krishna. Therefore, Krishna is attractive to him. Bob, if a person wants to become rich, prays to Krishna, will he become rich? Srila Prabhupada, oh yes. Bob, can he become rich through this means? Srila Prabhupada, oh yes, because Krishna is all-powerful. If you pray to Krishna to become rich, Krishna will make you rich. Bob, if somebody lives an evil life but prays to become rich, he may still become rich? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Praying to Krishna is not evil. Bob, oh yes. Srila Prabhupada, chuckling. Somehow or other he prays to Krishna, so you cannot say that he is evil. Bob, yes. Srila Prabhupada, Krishna says in the Bhagavad-Gita, Api chet suduracharo bhajate mamananyabhak sadureva samantavya. Have you read it? Bob, yes. The Sanskrit I don't know, but the English I do. Srila Prabhupada, Bob, even if the most evil man prays to me, he will be elevated. Srila Prabhupada, yes. As soon as he begins to pray to Krishna, that is not evil. Therefore, Krishna is all attractive. It is said in the Vedas that the absolute truth, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the reservoir of all pleasure. Raso Vaisaha. Everyone is hankering after someone because he realizes some mellow in it. Bob, excuse me? Srila Prabhupada, some mellow. Suppose a man is drinking. Why is he drinking? He's getting some mellow out of that drinking. A man is hankering after money because by possessing money he gets a mellow out of it. Bob, what does mellow mean? Srila Prabhupada to Shyamasundar. How do they define mellow? Shyamasundar, taste, pleasure. Bob, okay. Srila Prabhupada, pleasing taste. So the Vedas say raso vaisaha. The exact translation of mellow is rasa. Malati, Shyamasundara's wife, enters with a tray of food. What is that? Malati. Eggplant, fried. Srila Prabhupada. Oh, all attractive, laughter. Jai. Okay. Bob, what is a scientist? Srila Prabhupada. One who knows things as they are. Bob, he thinks he knows things as they are. Srila Prabhupada. What? Bob, he hopes he knows things as they are. Srila Prabhupada. No, he is supposed to know. We approach the scientist because he is supposed to know things correctly. A scientist means one who knows things as they are. Srila Prabhupada. How is Krishna the greatest scientist? Srila Prabhupada. Because he knows everything. A scientist is one who knows a subject matter thoroughly. He is a scientist. Krishna knows everything, so he is the greatest scientist. Bob, I am presently a science teacher. Srila Prabhupada. Yes, teaching. But unless you have perfect knowledge, how can you teach? That is our question. Bob, without perfect knowledge, though, you can't teach. Srila Prabhupada. That is cheating. That is not teaching. That is cheating. Just like the scientists say, there was a chunk and the creation took place. Perhaps. Maybe. What is this? Simply cheating. Cheating. It is not teaching, it is cheating. Bob, without perfect knowledge, can I not teach some things? For example, I may, Srila Prabhupada, you can't teach up to the point you know. Bob, yes, but I should not claim to teach more than I know. Srila Prabhupada, yes, that is cheating. Shyamasundara, in other words, he can't teach the truth with partial knowledge. Srila Prabhupada, yes, that is not possible for any human being. A human being has imperfect senses, so how can he teach perfect knowledge? Suppose you see the sun as a disk. You have no means to approach the sun. If you say that he can see the sun by telescope and this and that, they are also made by you and you are imperfect. How can your machine be perfect? Therefore, your knowledge of the sun is imperfect. So don't teach about the sun unless you have perfect knowledge. That is cheating. Bob, but what about teaching that is supposed that the sun is 93 million miles away? Srila Prabhupada, as soon as you say it is supposed, it's not scientific. Bob, but I think that almost all science then is not scientific. Srila Prabhupada, that's the point. Hare Science. Bob, all science is based on, suppositions of this or that. Srila Prabhupada, yes, they are teaching imperfectly. Just like they are advertising so much about the moon, do you think their knowledge is perfect? Bob, no. Srila Prabhupada, then? Bob, what is the proper duty? Duty of the teacher in society. Let us say a science teacher. What should he be doing in the classroom? Srila Prabhupada, classroom? You should simply teach about Krishna. Bob, he should not teach about Srila Prabhupada. No, that will include everything. His aim should be to know Krishna. Bob, can a scientist teach the science of combining acid and alkali and this kind of science with Krishna as its object. Srila Prabhupada, how can it be? Bob, if when one studies science, one finds general tendencies of nature, and these general tendencies of nature point to a controlling force. Srila Prabhupada, that I was explaining the other day. I asked a chemist whether, according to the chemical formulas, hydrogen and oxygen linked together become water. Do they not? Bob, it's true. Srila Prabhupada, now, there's a vast amount of water in the Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean. What quantity of chemicals was required? Bob, how much? Srila Prabhupada, yes, how many tons? Bob, many. Srila Prabhupada, so who supplied it? Bob, this was supplied by God. Srila Prabhupada, somebody must have supplied it. Bob, yes. Srila Prabhupada, so that is science. You can teach like that. Bob, should one bother teaching that if you combine acid and alkaline, they form a neutral? Srila Prabhupada, the same thing. There are so many effervescence. So who is performing it? Who is supplying the acid and alkaline? Bob, they come from the same source as the water. Srila Prabhupada, yes. You cannot manufacture water unless you have hydrogen and oxygen. So there are vast oceans, not only this Pacific or Atlantic. There are millions of planets and there are millions of Atlantic and Pacific oceans. So who created this water with hydrogen and oxygen, and how was it supplied? That is our question. Somebody must have supplied it, otherwise how can it come into existence? Bob, but should it also be taught how you make water from hydrogen and oxygen? The procedure of burning them together, should this also be taught? Srila Prabhupada, this is secondary. That is not very difficult. Just like Malati made this puri, a kind of bread. So there is flour and there is ghee, clarified butter, and she made a puri. But unless there is ghee and flour, where is the chance of making a puri? In the Bhagavad-Gita, Krishna makes this statement: water, earth, air, fire, they are my energies. What is your body? This external body, that is your energy. Do you know that? Your body is made of your energy. For example, I am eating. Bob, yes. Srila Prabhupada, so I am creating some energy and therefore my body is maintained. Bob, oh, I see. Srila Prabhupada, so therefore your body is made out of your energy. Bob, but when you eat the food, there is energy from the sun in the food. Srila Prabhupada, so I am giving an example. I am creating some energy by digesting the food, and that is maintaining my body. If your energy supply is not proper, then your body becomes weak or unhealthy. Your body is made out of your own energy. Similarly, this gigantic cosmic body, the universe, is made of Krishna's energy. How can you deny it? As your body is made out of your energy, similarly, the universal body must be made by somebody's energy. That is Krishna. Bob, I'll have to think about it to follow that. Srila Prabhupada, what is to follow? It's a fact. He laughs. Your hair is growing daily. Why? Because you have some energy. Bob, the energy I obtain from my food. Srila Prabhupada, somehow or other, you have obtained that energy. And through that energy, your hair is growing. So if your body is manufactured by your energy, similarly the whole gigantic manifestation is made of God's energy. It is a fact. It is not your energy. Bob, yes, oh, I see that. A devotee. Just like aren't the planets in this universe the sun's energy, a product of the sun's energy? Srila Prabhupada, yes. But who produced the sun? That is Krishna's energy. Because it is heat, and Krishna says, Bhumirapo nalo vayu, anala, heat. That is my energy, Anala. The sun is the representation of the heating energy of Krishna. It is not your energy. You cannot say, the sun is made by me. But somebody must have made it, and Krishna says that he did it. So we believe Krishna. Therefore, we are Krishnites. Bob, Krishnites? Srila Prabhupada, yes. And therefore, our knowledge is perfect. If I say that heat is the energy of Krishna, you cannot deny it because it's not your energy. In your body, there is some certain amount of heat. Similarly, heat is someone's energy. And who is that person? That is Krishna. Krishna says, yes, it is my energy. So my knowledge is perfect. Therefore, I take the version of the greatest scientist. I am the greatest scientist. I may be a fool personally, but because I take knowledge from the greatest scientist, I am the greatest scientist. I have no difficulty. Bob, excuse me? Srila Prabhupada, I have no difficulty in becoming the greatest scientist because I take the knowledge from the greatest scientist. Quote, this earth, water, fire, air, ether, body, mind, intelligence, and ego. These are my 8 separated energies. So earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and ego. Bob, they are separated energies? Srila Prabhupada, yes, just like this milk. What is this milk? The separated energy of the cow. Shyamasundar and Bob, stunned, laugh in realization. Is it not? Srila Prabhupada continues. Is it the manifestation of the separated energy of the cow? Shyamasundar, is it like a byproduct? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, so what is the significance of these energies being separated from Krishna? Srila Prabhupada, separated means that this is made out of the body of the cow, but it is not the cow. That is separation. Bob, so this earth and all is made out of Krishna, but it is not Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, it is not Krishna. Or you can say Krishna and not Krishna simultaneously. That is our philosophy, one and different. That's called Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva. You cannot say that these things are different from Krishna because without Krishna, they have no existence. At the same time, you cannot say, then let me worship water. Why worship Krishna? The pantheists say that because everything is God, whatever we do is God worship. This is my Vada philosophy. This is my Vada philosophy, that because everything is made of God's energy, therefore everything is God. But our philosophy is that everything is God, but also not God. Bob, is there anything on earth that is God? Srila Prabhupada, yes. In one sense, everything here is God because everything is made out of the energy of God. But that does not mean that by worshipping anything, you are worshipping God. Bob: so what is on earth that is not Maya, illusion? It is, Srila Prabhupada, Maya means energy. Bob: it means energy? Srila Prabhupada: yes, Maya, and another meaning is illusion. So foolish persons accept the energy as the energetic. That is Maya. Just like sunshine. Sunshine enters your room. Sunshine is the energy of the sun. But because the sunshine enters your room, you cannot say that the sun has entered. If the sun enters your room, then your room and you yourself, everything will be finished immediately. You will not have the leisure to understand that the sun has entered, is it not? Bob: it is so. Srila Prabhupada: but you cannot say that the sunshine is not the sun. Without the sun, where is the sunshine? So you cannot say that sunshine is not the sun, but at the same time, it is not the sun. It is the sun and not the sun, both. That is our philosophy. Achintya bheda bheda. Achintya bheda bheda tattva. Inconceivable difference and non-difference. In the material sense, you cannot conceive that a thing is simultaneously positive and negative. That you cannot think of. That is inconceivable energy. And because everything is Krishna's energy, Krishna can manifest himself from any energy. Therefore, when we worship Krishna in a form made of something, of earth, water, or something like that, that is Krishna. You cannot say that it is not Krishna. When we worship this metal form of Krishna, the deity form in the temple, that is Krishna. That's a fact, because metal is an energy of Krishna. Therefore, it is non-different from Krishna. And Krishna is all-powerful, so powerful that he can present himself fully in his energy. So this deity worship is not heathenism. It is actually worship of God, provided you know the process. Bob: if you know the process, then the deity becomes Krishna. Srila Prabhupada: not becomes, it is Krishna. Bob: the deity is Krishna, but only if you know the process. Srila Prabhupada: yes, just like the electric wire. It is electricity. One who knows the process, he can derive electricity out of it. Shyamasundar: otherwise, it is just wire. Srila Prabhupada: just wire. Bob: so, if I build a statue of Krishna, it is not Krishna unless... Srila Prabhupada: it is Krishna. But you have to know the process of understanding that it is Krishna. It is Krishna. Bob: it is not just earth and mud. Srila Prabhupada: no. Earth has no separate existence without Krishna. Krishna says, earth is my energy. You cannot separate the energy from the energetic. It is not possible. You cannot separate heat from fire. Still, fire is different from the heat, and heat is different from the fire. You're taking heat. That does not mean you're touching fire. Fire, in spite of emanating heat, keeps its identity. Similarly, although Krishna, by his different energies, is creating everything. Un momento. Yeah. He is creating everything. He remains Krishna. The Mayavadi philosophers think that if Krishna is everything, then Krishna's separate identity is lost. That is material thinking. For example, by my drinking this milk, little by little, when I finish, there is no more milk. It has gone to my belly. Krishna is not like that. He is omnipotent. We are utilizing his energy continually. still he is there, present. A crude example. A man begets children unlimitedly, but the man is still there. It is not that because he has produced hundreds of children, he is finished. Similarly, God, or Krishna, in spite of his unlimited number of children, is there. Purnasya purnam adaya purnam eva vashishyate. Quote, because he is the complete whole, even though so many complete units emanate from him, he remains the complete balance. This is Krishna consciousness. Krishna is never finished. Krishna is so powerful. Therefore, he is all attractive. This is one side of the display of Krishna's energy. Similarly, he has unlimited energies. The study of Krishna's energy is only one side, or a portion only. So in this way, if you go on studying Krishna, this is Krishna consciousness. It is not a bogus thing, maybe, perhaps not. Absolutely, it is. Shyam Sundar. And the study itself is never finished. Srila Prabhupada. No, how can it be? Krishna has unlimited energy. Jai, so we have completed first chapter, and tomorrow we shall continue and read chapter 2, entitled Vedic Culture Varnashrama Dharma. So stay tuned for that, and we shall see you tomorrow. Hare Krishna. Oh yeah, the link to this book is definitely in the description, so please check it out, read yourself, read along with us, and please share it with your friends. Hare Krishna. So, we are continuing to read Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, his conversation with Bob Cohen, a Peace Corps worker in India, who later on became disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Okay, so chapter 2. Oh yeah, this is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Sulalita Devidasi. So page 16, chapter 2, Vedic Culture, Varnashrama Dharma, February 28, 1972. Bob, I've asked devotees about how they feel toward sex in their relations, and I see the way they feel, but I can't see myself acting the same way. See, I'll be getting married at the end of the summer. Srila Prabhupada, Bob, I'll be getting married at the end of the summer, in September or August when I return to America. And the devotees say that the householders only have sex to conceive a child, and I cannot picture myself at all in such a position. And what kind of sex life can a devotee lead, living in the material world? Srila Prabhupada, the Vedic principle is that one should avoid sex life altogether. The whole Vedic principle is to get liberation from material bondage. There are different attachments for material enjoyment, of which sex life is the topmost. The Bhagavatam says that this material world, Pumshah Striya Mithuni Bhavam Etam, quote, man is attached to woman, and woman is attached to man. Not only in human society, in animal society also. That attachment is the basic principle of material life. So a woman is hankering for or seeking after the association of a man, and a man is hankering for or seeking the association of a woman. All the fiction novels, dramas, cinemas, and even ordinary advertisements that you see simply depict the attachment between man and woman. Even in the tailor's shop, you will find in the window some woman and some man. So this attachment is already there. Bob, attachment between man and woman? Srila Prabhupada, man and woman. So, if you want to get liberation from this material world, then that attachment should be reduced to nil. Otherwise, simply further attachment. You will have to take rebirth, either as a human being, or as a demigod, or as an animal, as a serpent, as a bird, as a beast. You will have to take birth. So, this basic principle of increasing attachment is not our business, although it is the general tendency. Griha, kshetra, sutta, home, land, sons. But if one can reduce and stop it, that is first class. Therefore, our Vedic system is to first of all train a boy as a brahmachari, no sex life. The Vedic principle is to reduce attachment, not to increase it. Therefore, the whole system is called varnashrama dharma. The Indian system calls for varna and ashrama, 4 social orders and 4 spiritual orders. Brahmacharya, celibate student life, grihastha, married life, vanaprastha, retired life, and sannyasa, renounced life. These are the spiritual orders. And the social orders consist of brahmanas, intellectuals, kshatriyas, administrators, vaishyas, merchants and farmers, and shudras, ordinary workers. So, under this system, the regulative principles are so nice that even if one has the tendency to enjoy material life, he is so nicely molded that at last he achieves liberation and goes back home, back to Godhead. This is the process. So, sex life is not required, but because we are attached to it, therefore there are some regulative principles under which it is maintained. In quotes, chanting starts somewhere in the background with exotic mridanga, drum beats amidst the laughing and the loud blowing of horns. Srila Prabhupada. It is said in Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.8 Pumsa striya mithuni bhavametam tayor mitho hridaya granthim ahuh ato griha kshetra sutapta vitair janasya moho yamaham mameti. The sex life is the basic principle of material life, attachment for man or woman. And when they are united, when a man and woman are united, that attachment becomes increased, and that increased attachment will induce one to accumulate griha, a home, kshetra, land, sutta, children, apta, friendship or society, and vitta. Vitta means money. In this way, griha, kshetra, sutapta, vittaih. He becomes entangled. Janasya moho yam. This is the illusion. And by this illusion, he thinks, aham mameti, I am this body, and everything, anything in relationship with this body is mine. Bob, what is that again? Srila Prabhupada. This attachment increases. The material attachment involves thinking, I am this body, and because I have this body in this particular place, this is my country. And that is going on. I am American, I am Indian, I am German, I am this, I am that. This body, This is my country. I shall sacrifice everything for my country and society. So in this way, the illusion increases. And under this illusion, when he dies, he gets another body. That may be a superior body or inferior body according to his karma. So if he gets a superior body, then that is also an entanglement, even if he goes to the heavenly planets. But if he becomes a cat or a dog, then his life is lost. Or a tree, there is every chance of it. Tree. Hare Krishna. So this science is not known in the world. Yes, this science is not. This book, Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers, and another book called Life After Life, I really feel that if these two books would really spread out, they would bring everyone, first of all, answer everybody's questions, and second of all, really bring this most important science to be known in the world. Krishna, please help me out here. Share this book with everyone you know. Okay, so this science is not known in the world. How the soul is transmigrating from one body to another, and how he is entrapped in different types of bodies. The science is unknown. Therefore, when Arjuna was speaking, if I kill my brother, if I kill my grandfather, on the other side, he was simply thinking on the basis of the bodily concept of life. But when his problems could not be solved, he surrendered to Krishna and accepted him as spiritual master. And when Krishna became his spiritual master, he chastised Arjuna in the beginning. Ashochan an vashochastvam pragyavadamscha bhashase gatasun agatasumscha nanushochanti pandita. Nanushochanti pandita. Quote, you are talking like a learned man, but you are fool number one because you are talking about the bodily concept of life. Unquote. So this sex life increases the bodily concept of life. Therefore, the whole process is to reduce it to nil. Bob, to reduce it over the stages of your life? Srila Prabhupada, yes, reduce it. A boy is trained as a student up to 60, excuse me, this is bad. Okay. A boy is trained as a student up to 25 years, okay? 25 years. A boy is trained as a student up to 25 years, restricting sex life. Brahmachari. So some of the boys remain Naishtika Brahmachari, celibate for life. Some boys. Because they are given an education and they become fully conversant with spiritual knowledge, they don't want to marry. That is also restricted. He cannot have sex life without being married. Therefore, in human society, there is marriage, not in animal society. But people are gradually descending from human society to animal society. They are forgetting marriage. That is also predicted in the Shastras. Dampatya bhiruchir hetu. In the Kali Yuga, the present age of quarrel, eventually there will be no marriage. The boy and the girl will simply agree to live together, and their relationship will exist on sexual power. If the man or the woman is deficient in sex life, then there is divorce. So for this philosophy, there are many Western philosophers like Freud and others who have written so many books. But according to Vedic culture, we are interested in sex only for begetting children. That's all. Not to study the psychology of sex life. There is already natural psychology for that. Even if one does not read any philosophy, he is sexually inclined. Nobody is taught in the schools and colleges. Everyone already knows how to do it. He laughs. That is the general tendency. But education should be given to stop it. That is real education. Bob, presently in America, that's a radical concept. Srila Prabhupada, well, in America there are so many things that require reformation. And this Krishna consciousness movement will bring that. I went to your country and saw that the boys and girls were living like friends. So I said to my students, you cannot live together as friends, you must get yourself married. Bob, many people see that even marriage is not sacred, so they find no desire to marry. Because people get married, and if things are not proper, they get a divorce so very easily. Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, that some people think that to get married is not meaningful. Srila Prabhupada, no, their idea is that marriage is for legalized prostitution. They think like that, but that is not marriage. Even that Christian paper, what is that? Shyamasundar, Watchtower? Srila Prabhupada, Watchtower. It has criticized that one priest has allowed a marriage between two men, homosexuality. So these things are all going on. They take it purely for prostitution, that's all. So therefore people are thinking, what is the use of keeping a regular prostitute at such heavy expenditures? Better not to have this. Shyamasundar, you use that example of the cow and the market? Srila Prabhupada, yes, when the milk is available in the marketplace, what is the use of keeping a cow? Everyone laughs. It is a very abominable condition in the Western countries. I have seen it. Here also in India, gradually, it is coming. Therefore, we have started this Krishna consciousness movement to educate people in the essential principles of spiritual life. It is not a sectarian religious movement. It is a cultural movement for everyone's benefit. Wow. Jai, we have completed chapter 2, and tomorrow we're going to start chapter 3, the real goal of life. So thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna everyone, this is Sravanam Diaries podcast and I'm your host Sulalita Devidasi, and we are continuing Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Conversation between His Divine Grace and Bob Cohen, a Peace Corps worker in India. Chapter 3, The Real Goal of Life. February 28th, 1972, continued. Srila Prabhupada. This movement is especially meant to enable a human being to reach the real goal of life. Bob, is the real goal of life is to know God? Srila Prabhupada, yes. To go back home, back to Godhead. This is the real goal of life. The water that comes from the sea forms clouds. The clouds fall down as rain, and the actual goal is to flow down the river and again enter the sea. So we have come from God, and now we are embarrassed by material life. Therefore, our aim should be to get out of this embarrassing situation and go back home, back to Godhead. This is the real goal of life. Mamupetya punarjanma dukhalayam ashashvatam napnuvanti mahatmana samsiddhim paramam gata. This is the version of Bhagavad-Gita. Krishna says, if anyone comes to me, he does not come back again. Where? To this place, Dukhalayam Ashashvatam. This place is the abode of miseries. Everyone knows, but they have been befooled by so-called leaders. Material life is miserable life. Krishna says, God says that this place is Dukhalayam. It is a place of miseries. And it is also Ashashvatam, temporary. You cannot make a compromise. Alright, let it be miserable. I shall remain here as an American or Indian. No, that also you cannot do. You cannot remain an American. You may think that having been born in America you are very happy, but you cannot remain an American for long. You will have to be kicked out of that place. And your next life you do not know. Therefore, it is Dukhalayam Ashashvatam, miserable and temporary. That is our philosophy. Bob, but when you have some knowledge of God, then life is not so miserable? Srila Prabhupada, no! Some knowledge will not do. You must have perfect knowledge. Janma karma cha me divyam evam yoveti tatvataha. Tatvataha means perfectly. Perfect knowledge is being taught in Bhagavad-Gita. So we are giving everyone in human society a chance to learn Bhagavad-Gita as it is and make his life perfect. That is the Krishna consciousness movement. What does your science say about the transmigration of the soul? Bob, I think that science cannot deny or affirm it. Science does not know it. Srila Prabhupada, therefore I say that your science is imperfect. Bob, science may though say something. It is said in science that energy is never destroyed, it is changed. Srila Prabhupada, that's alright, but how is the energy working in the future? That science does not know. How is the energy diverted? How by different manipulations is the energy working differently? For instance, electrical energy. By different handling, it is operating the heater and it is operating the refrigerator. They are just the opposite. But the electrical energy is the same. Similarly, this energy, living energy, how is it being directed? Which way is it going? How is it fructifying in the next life? That they do not know. But in Bhagavad-Gita, it is very simply stated. Vasamsi jirnani yatha vihaya. You are covered by a dress, by a shirt. When this shirt is unusable, you change it. Similarly, this body is just like a shirt and coat. When it is no longer workable, you have to change it. Bob, what is the we that has to change? What is constant? Srila Prabhupada, that is the soul. Bob, from one life to the next? Srila Prabhupada, that is the soul, I. What you is speaking? You. What I is speaking? Identity, Atma, or soul. Soul. Bob, my soul is different from your soul. Srila Prabhupada, yes. You are an individual soul. I am an individual soul. Bob, you have removed yourself from karmic influences. If I were to remove myself from karmic influences, would our souls be the same or different? Srila Prabhupada, the soul is of the same quality in all. You are under a certain conception of life at the present moment, and these countrymen of yours, gestures to the devotees present, were under a certain conception of life, but by training, they have taken to another conception of life. So the ultimate training is how to become Krishna conscious. That is the perfection. Bob, if two people are Krishna conscious, is their soul the same? Srila Prabhupada, the soul is always the same. Bob, in each person, is it the same? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, pointing to two devotees, if these two are Krishna conscious, are their souls the same? Srila Prabhupada, the soul is the same but always individual, even if one is not Krishna conscious. For instance, you are a human being and I am a human being. Even if I am not a Christian, even if you are not a Hindu, still we are human beings. Similarly, the soul may not be Krishna conscious, or he may be Krishna conscious. It doesn't matter, but the soul is the soul. Bob, can you tell me more about this? Srila Prabhupada, soul as pure spirit, all souls are equal, even in an animal. Therefore, it is said, Pandita Samadarshana. Those who are actually learned do not see the outward covering, either in a human being or in an animal. Bob, if I may ask another question on this? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, I have considered the soul somewhat as part of God. At times I think I feel God. I'm here and you may say God is here. So if the soul is inside me, then should I be able to feel God inside me? Not all of God, but Srila Prabhupada, part of God? Bob, but I don't feel God in me, but God may be there, here, separate from me. But should I be able to feel God inside me, since my soul is part of God? Srila Prabhupada, yes. God is inside also. God is everywhere. God is inside and outside also. This is to be known. Bob, how do you feel God inside you? Srila Prabhupada, not in the beginning, but you have to know from the Shastras, scriptures, by the Vedic information. For example, in the Bhagavad-Gita it is said, Ishvara sarva bhutanam hriddesharjuna tishthati. God is there in everyone's heart. Paramanuchayantarastham. God is also within every atom. So, this is the first information. And then by the yogic process, you have to realize it. Bob, yogic process? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, is chanting Hare Krishna such a yogic process? Srila Prabhupada, yes, it is also a yogic process. Bob, what kind of yogic process must I do to find out, to feel this information, to feel the soul inside? Srila Prabhupada, yes, there are many different yogic processes, but for this age, this process is very nice. Bob, chanting? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, through this I can feel not only God outside, but God inside. Srila Prabhupada, you'll understand everything of God. You'll understand everything of God. How God is inside, how God is outside, how God is working, everything will be revealed. By this attitude of service, God will reveal Himself. You cannot understand God by your endeavor. Only if God reveals Himself. For instance, when the sun is out of your sight at night, You cannot see it by your torchlight or any light. But in the morning, you can see the sun automatically without any torchlight. Similarly, you have to create a situation. You have to put yourself in a situation in which God will be revealed. It is not that by some method you can order God, come, I will see you. No, God is not your order supplier. Bob, you must please God for Him to reveal Himself, is that correct? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Shyamasundara, how do we know when we are pleasing God? Srila Prabhupada, when we see Him, then you will understand. Just as when you eat, you do not require to ask anyone whether you are feeling strength or your hunger is satisfied. If you eat, you understand that you are feeling energy. You don't need to inquire from anyone. Similarly, if you actually serve God, then you will understand. God is dictating to me. God is there. I am seeing God. Shyamasundara, or God's representative. Srila Prabhupada, yes. Shyamasundara, it comes easier. Srila Prabhupada, you have to go through God's representative. Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasada. If you please God's representative, then automatically God becomes pleased, and thus you can directly see Him. Bob, how can we please God's representative? Srila Prabhupada, you have to carry out His orders. That's all. God's representative is the Guru. He asks you to do this, to do that. If you do that, that is pleasing. Yasya prasadam nagati kutopi. If you displease the spiritual master, then you are nowhere. Therefore, we worship the Guru. Sakshad haritvena samastra shastrar yuktas tatha bhavyata eva sadbhir. The Guru should be accepted as God. That is the injunction of all Shastra. Bob, the Guru should be accepted as a representative of God. Srila Prabhupada, yes, the Guru is God's representative. The Guru is the external manifestation of Krishna. Bob, but different from the incarnations of Krishna that come. Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, in what way is the external manifestation of the Guru different from the external manifestation of, let us say, Krishna or Chaitanya when they come to earth? Srila Prabhupada, the Guru is the representative of Krishna. So there are symptoms of who is a Guru. The general symptoms are described in the Vedas. Tadvigyanartham sagurum eva bhigachet samitpani shrotriyam brahmanishtham. A guru must come in a disciplic succession, and he must have heard thoroughly about the Vedas from his spiritual master. Generally, a guru's symptom is that he is a perfect devotee, that's all, and he serves Krishna by preaching his message. Bob, Lord Chaitanya, he was a different type of guru than you are. Srila Prabhupada, no, gurus cannot be of different types. All gurus are of one type. Bob, but he was he also an incarnation at the same time? Srila Prabhupada, yes, he is Krishna himself, but he is representing the Guru. Bob, I see. Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, and then Srila Prabhupada, because Krishna was God, he demanded, Sarvadharman parityaja mam ekam sharanam vraja. Quote, abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me, unquote. But people misunderstood him. Therefore, Krishna again came as a guru and taught people how to surrender to Krishna. Shyamasundara, doesn't Krishna say in Bhagavad-Gita, I am the spiritual master? In quotes, Srila Prabhupada, yes, He is the original spiritual master because he was accepted as spiritual master by Arjuna. So what is the difficulty? Shishyasteham shadhimam tvam prapanam. Arjuna told the Lord, I am your disciple and the soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. So unless Krishna is a spiritual master, how does Arjuna become his disciple? Krishna is the original spiritual master, original guru. Tene Brahmā Hridaya Adikavaye. Quote, it is he only who first imparted Vedic knowledge unto the heart of Brahma, the first created being. Unquote. Therefore, he is the original guru. Bob, Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, yes. He is the original guru. Then his disciple Brahma is a guru. Then his disciple Narada is a guru. Then his disciple Vyasa is a guru. In this way, there is a guru parampara, a disciplic succession of gurus. Evam parampara praptam, the transcendental knowledge is received through the disciplic succession. Bob, so a guru receives his knowledge through the disciplic succession, not directly from Krishna. Do you receive some knowledge directly from Krishna? Srila Prabhupada, yes, Krishna's direct instruction is there. Bhagavad-Gita. Bob, I see, but Srila Prabhupada, but you have to learn it through the disciplic succession, otherwise you will misunderstand it. Bob, but presently you do not receive information directly from Krishna, it comes through the disciplic succession from the books. Srila Prabhupada, there is no difference. Suppose I say that this is a pencil. If you say to him, this is a pencil, and he says to another man, this is a pencil, then what is the difference between his instruction and my instructions? Bob, Krishna's mercy allows you to know this now. Krishna's mercy allows you to know this now. Srila Prabhupada, you can take Krishna's mercy also, provided it is delivered as it is. Just as we are teaching Bhagavad-Gita. In Bhagavad-Gita, Krishna says, Sarva dharman parityajya mam ekam sharanam vraja. Quote, just give up all other forms of religion and simply surrender unto me. Unquote. Now, we are saying that you should give up everything and surrender to Krishna. Therefore, there is no difference between Krishna's instruction and our instruction. There is no deviation. So, if you receive knowledge in that perfect way, that is as good as receiving instruction directly from Krishna. But we don't change anything. Bob, when I pray reverently, faithfully, does Krishna hear me? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, from me to him? Srila Prabhupada, yes, because he is within your heart. He's always hearing you, whether you are praying or not praying. When you are doing some nonsense, he is also hearing you. And when you pray, that is very good. Welcome. Bob, to Krishna's ear, is praying louder than nonsense? To Krishna's ear is praying louder than nonsense? What an interesting question. Srila Prabhupada, no, he is all perfect. He can hear everything. Even if you don't speak, even if you simply think, I shall do it, then he hears you. Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishta. Krishna is seated in everyone's heart. Bob, but one should pray, is that so? Srila Prabhupada, that is one's only business, praying. Bob, whose business? Srila Prabhupada, every living entity's. That is the only business. Eko bahunam yovidadhati kaman. That is the statement of the Vedas. Bob, what does that mean? Srila Prabhupada, he supplies everything to everyone. He is supplying food to everyone. So he is the Father. So why should you not pray, Father, give me this? Just as in the Christian Bible, there is the prayer, Father, give us our daily bread. that is good. They are accepting the Supreme Father, but grown-up children should not ask from the Father. Rather, they should be prepared to serve the Father. That is bhakti, devotion. Bob, my questions you solve so nicely. Everyone laughs with affection. Oh. So Bob Cohen saying, my questions you solve so nicely. Srila Prabhupada says, thank you very much. Bob, so should I ask you another question now? Srila Prabhupada, oh yes. Yes. Jai. Okay, so this is the end of the 3rd chapter. We shall continue tomorrow with chapter 4, 3 modes of nature. Actually, 2 things came to my mind. I'll just share it quickly before we conclude the episode. One thing is that when Bob Cohen Prabhu is saying, my questions you solve so nicely, and Prabhupada says, thank you very much. And Prabhupada is very eager to continue this question-answer session and answering his questions. And I remembered how in one of the books, I think it was in Srimad Bhagavatam or Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srila Prabhupada says that when you are, presenting a nice atmosphere to the spiritual master, if you are like acting in the way that the spiritual master is pleased, then he will reveal the most, he will be enthused to actually, reveal all the knowledge to you, to reveal the most confidential knowledge to you. So this is the way, just like in the introduction, he was saying that if you inquire from the spiritual master submissively, he will share so many incredible things. And if you challenge or if you, doubt, then no wonder that you will receive appropriately, reciprocation will be appropriate. And the second thing that I wanted to mention, not to waste anybody's time. Yes, so here when the question was raised that Krishna is hearing prayer louder than nonsense, Prabhupada says, no, he is all perfect. He can hear everything, right? So in Bhagavad-Gita, which we will be reading maybe in few months after we go through other books, in Bhagavad-Gita, in one of the purports, it's mentioned that just like a flower has fragrance, so we can just be near the flower, we can smell the fragrance. In a similar way, Krishna is in our heart, and he can actually feel what we think, basically. Like the desires that the soul has, it's just, it's like an aroma that Krishna feels. And actually, it's also reminding me of how, in the last few years, it became very mainstream, this word called vibe, right? Like everyone's like, I don't like your vibe, this place has such a vibe. So Krishna, we are feeling it. We are conditioned souls, we can feel vibes from some people, we can feel positive vibes, negative vibes. So Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he's sitting in our heart. He's closest to us than anybody can ever be, actually, in one sense. So he can actually feel what we feel. And if only we would just turn our face towards him, what a wonderful relationship we would have with him. So that's a nice meditation. Thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description as always. And we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, so we are continuing Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and his conversation between him and Bob Cohen Prabhu, a Peace Corps worker in India. So this is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Sulalita Devidasi. We are on page number 34, starting chapter 4, The 3 Modes of Nature. February 28, 1972, continued. Bob, I have read that in life there are 3 gunas: passion, ignorance, and goodness. I was wishing that you would explain this somewhat, especially what is meant by the mode of ignorance and the mode of goodness. Srila Prabhupada, in goodness you can understand things. Knowledge. You can know that there is God, that this world was created by Him, and so many things, actual things. The sun is this, the moon is this. Perfect knowledge. If one has some knowledge, even though it may not be perfect, that is goodness. And in passion, one identifies with his material body and tries to gratify his senses. That is passion. And ignorance is animal life. In ignorance, one doesn't know what is God, how to become happy, why we are in this world. For example, if you take an animal to the slaughterhouse, it will go. This is ignorance. But a man will protest. If a goat is to be killed after 5 minutes, but you give it a morsel of grass, it is happy because it is eating. Just like a child, even if you are planning to kill him, he is happy and laughs because he is innocent. That is ignorance. Bob, being in these modes determines your karma. Is that correct? Srila Prabhupada, yes. According to the association of the modes of nature, your activities are being contaminated. Karanam guna sangosya sada sadyo nijanmasu. Quote, a man gets higher birth or lower birth according to the association of the gunas, or the modes of nature. Unquote. Bhagavad-Gita 13.22. Bob, so cheating and things like that, what mode is that? Srila Prabhupada, cheating is mixed passion and ignorance. Suppose one man cheats another. That means he wants to obtain something, he is passionate. But if he commits murder, he doesn't know that he will have to suffer for it. So it is a mixture of passion and ignorance. Bob, and what about when somebody helps another person? Srila Prabhupada, that is goodness. Bob, why is that goodness? You said that goodness is when you have knowledge. So helping someone represents knowledge of what? Srila Prabhupada, if he is ignorant and you are trying to enlighten him, that is goodness. Bob, so giving knowledge is goodness. Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, and what about just giving assistance? Srila Prabhupada, that is also goodness. Bob, if a beggar has nothing and you give him alms, Srila Prabhupada, so that may still be goodness. But in your Bowery street, they give someone charity and immediately he purchases a bottle of wine and drinks it. And lies down flat. All laugh. So that is charity, but that is not goodness, that is ignorance. Bob, charity in ignorance? Srila Prabhupada, there are 3 kinds of charities: good, passionate, and ignorant. Goodness is giving charity where charity must be given. Just like this Krishna consciousness movement, if anyone gives charity to this movement, that is goodness because it is spreading God consciousness, Krishna consciousness. That is goodness. And if one gives charity for some return, that is passion. And if somebody gives in charity in an improper place and time, without respect, and to an unworthy person, just like the Bowery man, that is ignorance. But Krishna says, Yat karoshi yadashnasi yajuhoshi dadasiyat. Quote, whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that as an offering to me. Unquote. Bhagavad-Gita 9.27. If Krishna takes your offering, that is the perfection of charity. Or anyone who is a representative of Krishna, if he takes it, that is perfection. Bob, and what kind of charity is it when you give food to somebody who is hungry? Srila Prabhupada, well, that depends on the circumstances. For example, if a doctor has forbidden his patient to take any solid food, and if the patient is asking, give me some solids, and if you give him solid food in charity, then you're not doing good to him. That is ignorance. Bob, are the devotees beyond accumulating karma? These devotees, do they feel karma? Do they work in these modes? Are they in the mode of goodness? Srila Prabhupada, they are above goodness. Shuddha Sattva. The devotees are not in this material world. They are in the spiritual world. That is stated in the Bhagavad-Gita 14.26. Mamchayo vyabhicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samatityaitan brahma bhuyaya kalpate. Quote, one who engages in full devotional service, you unfailing in all circumstances at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. Unquote. Devotees are neither in goodness, passion, nor ignorance. They are transcendental to all these qualities. Bob, a devotee who is very faithful reaches this stage? Srila Prabhupada, yes. You can become a devotee as they have become. It is not difficult. Simply, you have to engage yourself in the transcendental, loving service of the Lord. That's all. Bob, what is the status of service minus devotion? Srila Prabhupada, That is not service, that is business. Everyone laughs. For example, here in Mayapur, we have employed a contractor. That is not service, that is business. Is it not? Sometimes they will advertise, our customers are our masters. Is it not? But in spite of the flowery language, our customers are our masters. This is business because nobody is qualified. Nobody is a qualified customer unless he pays. That's a very, very, very important difference to realize, actually. Our customers are our masters. That is business because nobody is a qualified customer unless he pays. But service is not like that. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu prays to Lord Krishna. Yatha tatha vavidadhatu lampato mat prananatastu sa eva napara. Quote, you do whatever you like. You do whatever you like, but still you are my worshipable Lord. Unquote. That is service. Quote, I don't ask any return from you. Unquote. That is service. When you expect some return, that is business. Bob, I wish to gain more knowledge of God and be able to feel God's presence more. I feel life has little meaning without this. Srila Prabhupada, yes. If you misuse this human form of life, then it is a great loss. Human life is a great chance given to the living entity to get out of the entanglement of material existence. Bob, I feel thankful that I've been able to ask these questions. Srila Prabhupada, yes, you can learn more and more. Questions and answers are required. They are beneficial to all. Sutta Goswami says in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2.5, Munaya sadhu prishtoham bhavadbhir-lokamangalam yat-krita Krishna samprashno yenatma suprasidati. Quote, O sages, I have been justly questioned by you. Your questions are worthy because they relate to Lord Krishna, and so are relevant to the world's welfare. Only questions of this sort are capable of completely satisfying the self. Unquote. So questions about Krishna are very good. When you discuss and hear about Krishna, that is Loka Mangalam, auspicious for everyone, both the questions and the answers. Bob, I am attracted to devotional life, but still my connections at home, my marriages, I'm engaged. Srila Prabhupada, no, there are so many marriages, he indicates Shyamasundara. He is married. Marriage is no barrier. I told you that there are 4 orders of spiritual life: Brahmachari, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa. So after Brahmachari life, one can marry, although it is not obligatory. One may remain Naishtika Brahmachari, unmarried for his whole life, but a Brahmachari may marry. And after marriage, there is Vanaprastha life. This means that one is a little aloof from family. The husband and wife live separately. At that time, there is no sex life. Then, when he is fully renounced, detached from family life, he takes sannyasa. Bob, does the sannyasi forget his wife completely then? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Forgetting is not very difficult if you try to forget. Out of sight, out of mind. All laugh. Just as I have my wife and children, grandchildren, everything. But out of sight, out of mind, that's all. Therefore, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa, everything is nicely arranged by the Vedic system. Jai. So, we have completed the was it 3rd chapter? Yes, it was 4th chapter. We have completed 4th chapter, and tomorrow we're going to read about becoming pure, chapter 5. So, thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. And just so that it would not be like a cliffhanger for those who have tuned in out of context, Vanaprastha and Sannyasa, when one is a little, like Vanaprastha is when one is little separate. There are husbands and wives who do live together, and there are husbands and wives who separate for that period of Vanaprastha, because they're trying to actually dive into spiritual life more intensely, and that's why Prabhupada mentioned there is no like sex life at that stage, because when we will be reading Light of Bhagavata, I'm really looking forward to read and put it out in the podcast form, because over there Prabhupada really mentions about this, how important it is to actually retire. This Vanaprastha means actually retirement. Retirement not only from just, like constant work in the material world on expansion of the family life, but retirement of basically material activities which are not just frustrating, but are exhausting and are taking a lot of time to maintain, and just like diving into spiritual life right before we're about to have the final lesson of passing away. So I don't know, I don't know how to actually advertise, or not to advertise, or how to present this stage of life in a way that somebody who doesn't know anything about Varnashrama would really get a nice impression about it. But all I can say is that me and my friends, when we're discussing this part, when you're married, so much time is dedicated to the family life, naturally, to the spouse, to the children, to the whole society, to your work, to maintenance, to, just basically survival. But by God's grace, when you enter Vanaprastha, technically speaking, you just have all the time in the world to chant Hare Krishna and to read scriptures and shastras and discuss and just dive into your deity worship and just have all the juice that you couldn't taste before because of your responsibilities, your obligations. So when you read it like that out of context, maybe, or complete a chapter out of context in this way, that it may seem that Prabhupada says out of sight, out of mind, everything is nicely arranged, so sannyasi forgets his wife completely, but that's the negative side, not the negative, but the kind of the negative side, not in negative bad, but negative as there is no presence of the wife. But what a sannyasi does, being completely dependent on the Lord and traveling and preaching, and we have so many beautiful sannyasis in our movement, so just gave you a glimpse of how actually it is a nicely arranged system. And sannyasa is not obligatory, and separation of the husband and wife at the Vanaprastha stage is not obligatory. There are very nice Vanaprasthas that I know who are in their 60s and their 70s, they live together, but naturally, you just I see them and I get very inspired, because they just try to completely dive into Krishna consciousness and spiritual life, and you don't really have that taste anymore for material and sensual pleasures, because you're enjoying something much, much higher than that, which is called param drishtva nivartante, higher taste. So yes, and all of us, all of the people that I know, they are eagerly looking forward to Vanaprastha stage, because we'll be able to read whatever, everything we wanted to read. We'll be able to chant for as many hours as we wanted to chant. So just wanted to put it out there. So we shall continue with the book tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in today again, and Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are back with Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and his conversation with Bob Cohen, a Peace Corps worker in India. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host Sulalita Devidasi, and we are starting chapter number 5, Becoming Pure. Conversation on February 29th, 1972. Bob, thank you so much for allowing me to ask my questions. Srila Prabhupada, that is my mission. People should understand the science of God. Unless we cooperate with the Supreme Lord, our life is baffled. I have given the example many times that a screw which has fallen from a machine has no value. But when the same screw is again attached to the machine, it has value. Similarly, we are parts and parcel of God. So without God, what is our value? No value. We should again come back to our position of attachment to God. Then we have value. Bob, I met a fellow lady, not a fellow lady, just a fellow. I met a fellow today who came in the afternoon. His reason for coming, you may find it humorous, was that he heard the hippies were in Mayapur. Srila Prabhupada, what? Bob, he heard that hippies were in Mayapur. I was talking to him, and then some devotees were talking to him. He had said some things to me which I could find no answer for. and he said he would come back tomorrow and meet some devotees. But let me tell you what he said. This is confusing. When he was young, Srila Prabhupada, he's Indian? Bob, yes, Indian. He lives nearby and speaks English fairly well. When he was young, he worshipped Kali, a popular demigoddess, every day very rigorously. And then the floods came. When the floods came, the people saw hardship, and now he has no religion. And he says he finds his happiness in trying to develop love among people. And I couldn't think of what to say to him to add God and religion to his life. He says that after he dies, maybe I'll become part of God, maybe not. But he can't worry about it now. He says he's tried these religious experiences, but they didn't work. One reason I ask this is because when I go back to America, a lot of people I come across are like this. They see that religion, like his worship of Kali or other kinds of religion that we have experienced, doesn't work. And I don't know what to say to them to convince them it's worth trying. Srila Prabhupada, do not try at the present moment. You try to be convinced yourself. Bob, yes, I asked him to see devotees, but then on the way out, as he was leaving down the road, I met him again and told him, come back, but oh, I see. Srila Prabhupada, you, first of all, be convinced, and then try to convince others. Srila Prabhupada, I don't know why. I think I'm trying to get into this mood of the conversation, and I get a little bit, because it's a new experience for me to do the dialogue. I get a little like, okay, be patient with me, please. I'm trying my best. Okay, so Srila Prabhupada says you be convinced yourself and then try to convince others. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instruction is that you can improve the welfare of others when your own life is a success. Jai. Okay, maybe I stumbled just to really focus on this message. Let's read again. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's instruction is that you can improve the welfare of others when your own life is a success. Jai. Bharata bhumi te haila manushya janma yara janma sarthaka karikara para upakara. Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi 9.41. First, make your life perfect. Then try to teach others. Bob, the devotees have told me that without consciousness of Krishna all the time, you cannot be happy. But at times I feel happy. Srila Prabhupada, at times, not always. Bob, yes. Srila Prabhupada, but if you become Krishna conscious, you will feel happy always. Bob, they had implied that you cannot feel happy without Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada, that is a fact. For example, if you are an animal of the land and you are thrown into the water, you cannot be happy in water in any condition. When you are again taken up a land, then you'll be happy. Similarly, we are part and parcel of Krishna. We cannot be happy without being part and parcel of Krishna. The same example, the machine part. Without the machine has no value. And when it is again put into the machine, it has value. We are part of Krishna. We must join Krishna. And you can join Krishna immediately by your consciousness. Simply by thinking, I am Krishna's. Krishna is mine. That's all. Bob, what is that? Krishna is... Srila Prabhupada, Krishna is mine. Bob, mine? Srila Prabhupada, yes, mine. My Krishna. Bob, Srila Prabhupada, Krishna is mine. Krishna is mine. Bob, yes. Srila Prabhupada, and I am Krishna's. That is our actual position. Bob, we are part of Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, yes. Everything is part and parcel of Krishna, because everything is generated by the energy of Krishna, and everything is the energy of Krishna. Bob, how can I come to feel closer to God? I come to the temple at times, and then I leave, and I'm not sure how much I take with me. Srila Prabhupada, you have to be purified. It does not take much time. Within 6 months, you will realize your progress. But you have to follow the regulative principles, just as these boys and girls are doing. Then it will be alright. Bob, yes, I see. Srila Prabhupada, they have no tendency for going to the cinema or a nightclub. No, they have stopped all anarthas, all unnecessary things. The whole human life is meant for purification. Tapodivyam putrakayena sattvam shudhyet yasmad brahma saukyam tvanantam. Lord Rishabhadeva says that we should perform austerities and penances so that we can purify our existence. Sattva means existence, and come to the stage of endless transcendental happiness. So if you don't purify your existence, then you will have to change your body from this to that. Sometimes it may be higher, sometimes lower. For example, if you don't cure a disease, it can put you into trouble in so many ways. Similarly, if you don't purify your existence, you will have to transmigrate from one body to another. And there is no guarantee you will get a very comfortable American body. Therefore, it is essential for a human being to purify his existence. Unless you purify your existence, you will hanker after happiness, but will not always be happy. Bob, when I go to my job in New York, I hope I'll become pure, but I'm sure that I won't become as pure as your devotees here. I don't see myself doing that. Srila Prabhupada, you can do as they are doing. They were not pure in the beginning. Now they are pure. Similarly, you can become pure. For example, in your childhood you were not educated, but now you are educated. If you are serious, you can keep yourself pure anywhere. It doesn't matter whether you stay in America or India. But you must know how to keep yourself pure, that's all. Bob, you mean by following the principles of Krishna consciousness? Srila Prabhupada, yes. I went to America, for instance, but whether in America or India, I am the same man. Bob, I have somewhat tried to follow since I met you the first time last November. Srila Prabhupada, but you must strictly follow if you are serious. Bob, okay, maybe. What I will say now is, well, the most foolish of all I've said, but let me tell you how I feel. Srila Prabhupada, no, not foolish. I don't say you are foolish, but imperfect. Bob, okay, he laughs. Imperfect. But let me tell you, I feel that right now I admire and respect your devotees, but I don't feel as if I am part of them, or even that I have a great desire to be part of them. I feel that I want to do what is right, come closer to God, and if I can just go to a better life next time, I'd be satisfied. Srila Prabhupada, very good. Bob, I guess it's material clinging, but... Srila Prabhupada, so you just follow in their footsteps. and your desire will be fulfilled. We are training people how to become purified and happy. That is our mission. We want to see everyone happy. Sarve sukhino bhavantu. Oh, you see, Srila Prabhupada, he's so loving. Jai. Have you ever met a person who just wants to see everyone happy? Like for real? Seriously. Who does that? Making a worldwide mission movement to make everyone happy because he wants to see everyone happy. This is so sweet. Sarve sukhino bhavantu means like we want to see everyone happy. People do not know how to become happy. They do not take the standard path to become happy. They manufacture their own way. That is the difficulty. Therefore, Rishabhadeva gave this advice to his sons. My dear boys, just undergo austerity for transcendental realization. Those in quotes. Everyone is performing austerity. One boy I know, he had to go to a foreign country to learn commercial management. Now he is well situated. In this way, everyone is undergoing some austerity for temporary material happiness. So why not take that austerity for permanent happiness? Everyone, this is one of the key points actually. Everyone is undergoing some austerity for temporary material happiness. Everyone. But why not take that austerity for permanent happiness? You have to purify your existence and your body. As many times as you accept a material body, you will have to change it. But as soon as you get a spiritual body, there's no question of change. You already have a spiritual body. Now, due to our material contamination, we are developing the material body. But if we associate with spiritual life, then we shall develop a spiritual body. If you put an iron rod within fire, it will become like fire, is it not? Bob, yes. Srila Prabhupada, and when the iron rod is red hot, you can touch it anywhere and it will burn. It takes on the quality of fire, although it is still iron. Similarly, if you always keep yourself in Krishna consciousness, your body will become spiritualized and act spiritually, although it is material. No more material demands. Bob, how do I do this? Srila Prabhupada, this process. You have seen these 6 boys who were initiated today. They are doing it. It is very simple. You have to follow the 4 restrictive regulations and chant Hare Krishna on these beads. Very easy. Bob, well, but I follow some of the regulative principles, but not all. Srila Prabhupada, some means there are only 4 regulative principles. Some means 3 or 2. Bob, 2 or 3. Srila Prabhupada, so why not the other one? Bob, no, I mean I follow 1 or 2. 1 or 2 I follow now. Srila Prabhupada laughs. Why not the other 3? What is the difficulty? Which one do you follow? Bob, well, I'm almost a vegetarian, but I eat eggs. Srila Prabhupada, then that is also not complete. Bob, no. Since I saw you last November, I've become vegetarian. Srila Prabhupada, vegetarian is no qualification. The pigeon is vegetarian. The monkey is vegetarian. The most rubbish creature, most mischievous. Bob, I felt that it was a bit of progress because it was somewhat difficult at first and then easy. Srila Prabhupada, no, you can stick to all the 4 regulative principles, provided you take to the Krishna consciousness process. Otherwise, it is not possible. Bob, yes, when I was back in Bihar with my friends and we're sitting in the evening and there's nothing to do but fight mosquitoes, they say, how about smoking some marijuana? And I say, sure, there's nothing else to do. And then I sit down and enjoy myself for the evening. We were doing this every day. We got carried away until we realized we were hurting ourselves and stopped. But still, on occasion, Srila Prabhupada, you have to live with us. Then your friends will not ask you, what about marijuana? Bob laughs. Keep the association of devotees. We are opening centers to give people a chance to associate with us. Why have we bought so much land in Mayapur? So that those who are seriously desirous of advancing in Krishna consciousness can come live with us. Association is very influential. If you associate with drunkards, you become a drunkard. If you associate with sadhus, you become a sadhu. Shyamasundara, he can come and stay with you in Bombay. Srila Prabhupada, yes, you can stay with us in Bombay, but he wants friends with marijuana, that is the difficulty. Bob, let me ask you about something else, then maybe I'll come back to this. I find that I think of myself too much, and this way I can't think of God so much. I think of myself in too many places. How can I forget about myself so that I can concentrate on other more important things? Srila Prabhupada, as these devotees have done. Bob laughs. Okay, he's laughing. I think what you're saying to me is that my path to purity is to become a devotee. Srila Prabhupada, do you hesitate? Bob, well, Srila Prabhupada, is it very difficult to become a devotee? Bob, for me it is. I don't feel so much the desire. First, the devotees tell me that they have given up material life. These 4 regulative principles they have explained to me mean giving up material life, and that I see. And in place of this, they have Srila Prabhupada, what do you mean by material life? Bob is silent. I am sitting on this bed. Is it material or spiritual? Bob, material. Srila Prabhupada, then how have we given up material life? Bob, I think how I interpreted it was a desire for material gain. Srila Prabhupada, what is material? Bob, working toward material gain and not giving up all material desires? Srila Prabhupada, when you desire to gratify your senses, that is material life. And when you desire to serve God, that is spiritual life. That is the difference between material life and spiritual life. Now we are trying to serve our senses. But instead of serving our senses, we should serve God. That is spiritual life. What is the difference between our activities and others? We are using everything they use. Table, chair, bed, tape recorder, typewriter. So what is the difference? The difference is that we are using everything for Krishna. Bob, the devotees have said that the sensual pleasures they have given up are replaced with spiritual kinds of pleasures, but I haven't felt this. Srila Prabhupada, spiritual pleasures come when you desire to please Krishna. That is spiritual pleasure. For example, a mother is more pleased by feeding her son. She's not eating, but when she sees that her son is eating very nicely, then she becomes pleased. Bob, spiritual pleasure then is pleasing God. Srila Prabhupada, spiritual pleasure means the pleasure of Krishna. Bob, pleasing Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, yes. Material pleasure means the pleasure of the senses. That's all. This is the difference. When you simply try to please Krishna, that is spiritual pleasure. Bob, my thought of pleasing God was to... Srila Prabhupada, don't manufacture your own ways of pleasing God. Suppose I want to please you. Then I shall ask you, how can I serve you? Not that I manufacture some service. That is not pleasing. Suppose I want a glass of water. If you concoct the idea, Swamiji will be more pleased if I give him a glass of hot milk. That will not please me. If you want to please me, then you should ask me, how can I please you? And if you do what I order, that will please me. Bob, after pleasing Krishna then is being a devotee of Krishna? And pleasing Krishna then is being a devotee of Krishna? Srila Prabhupada, a devotee is one who is always pleasing Krishna. He has no other business. That is a devotee. Bob, can you tell me some more about chanting Hare Krishna? I have for quite some time chanted, but never regularly. Just a little bit here and there. I just got beads very recently, and once in a while I feel comfortable chanting, and once in a while not comfortable at all. Maybe I don't chant properly. I don't know. Srila Prabhupada, yes, everything has a process. You have to adopt the process. Bob, the devotees tell me of the ecstasy they feel while chanting. Srila Prabhupada, yes, the more you become purified, the more you will feel ecstasy. This chanting process is the purifying process. Jai, we have completed chapter 5, and we will read tomorrow chapter 6 called The Perfect Devotee. So thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing to read Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. His conversation with Bob Cohen, a Peace Corps worker in India, who later on became a disciple called Brahmā Tirtha Prabhu. Jai. So this is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host Sulalita Devidasi. We are starting chapter 6, entitled The Perfect Devotee. This is February 29th, 1972, evening. Bob, Srila Prabhupada, earlier today we were discussing the need to practice austerity in Krishna consciousness. Can you say something more about that? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Under the direction of the spiritual master, one should practice austerities. You have no mind to follow austerities, but when you accept a spiritual master, you have to carry out his order. That is austerity. Shyamasundara, even if you don't want to practice austerity, you must? Srila Prabhupada, yes, you must, because you have surrendered yourself to your spiritual master. His order is final. So even if you don't like it, you have to do it to please me. Shyamasundara, Srila Prabhupada, but you don't like it. He laughs. Nobody likes to fast, but the spiritual master says, today fasting. So what can be done? Shyamasundara laughs. A disciple is one who has voluntarily agreed to be disciplined by the spiritual master. That is austerity. Shyamasundara, many people in the world, in the material world, may be completely enamored by material life, and they don't want to undergo any austerity or bodily pain, but still they must. They are forced by nature to suffer austerities. Srila Prabhupada, that is forced austerity. That is not good. Only voluntary austerity will help. Shyamasundara, but if you don't undergo voluntary austerity, then you must be forced to undergo austerity. Srila Prabhupada, that is the difference between man and animal. An animal cannot accept austerity voluntarily, but a man can accept it. Suppose there are some nice sweetmeats in the confectioner's shop. A man wants to eat them, but he sees that he has no money, so he restrains himself. But when a cow comes, immediately she pushes her mouth in. You may beat her with a stick, but she will tolerate it. Therefore, an animal cannot undergo austerity. But our austerity is very nice. We chant Hare Krishna and dance. And then Krishna sends very nice food and we eat. That's all. Why are you not agreeable to such austerity, chanting, dancing, and eating nicely? And because we are following austerities, Krishna sends us nice things. We are not losers. When you become Krishnaized, you get more comforts than at the present moment. That is a fact. I have been living alone for the last 20 years, but I have no difficulties. Before taking sannyasa, I was living in Delhi. And although I was living alone, I had no difficulties. Jai Haribol. Shyama Sundara. If you don't accept spiritual discipline, then nature will force so many calamities. Srila Prabhupada. Oh yes, that is stated in the Bhagavad-Gita. One moment. So Bhagavad-Gita. Daivi hyesha gunamai mama maya duratyaya mam eva ye prapadyante mayam etam tarantite. Quote, this divine energy of mine, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is very difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Unquote. Maya is imposing so many difficulties, but as soon as you surrender to Krishna, no more imposition. Shyama Sundara. Were we so foolish that we were always thinking, in the future I'll be happy? Srila Prabhupada. Yes, that is Maya, illusion. That is like the ass. You sit down on the back of the ass and hold a morsel of grass in front of its face. The ass is thinking, let me go forward a little and I shall get the grass. Bob laughs. But it is always 1 foot distant. That is assism. They all laugh. Assism. Everyone is thinking, let me go a little forward and I'll get it. I'll be very happy. In brackets, there is a long pause filled with the sound of bicycle horns, children playing, and throngs of people calling to one another. Bob, I thank you so much. Tomorrow I'll have to... Srila Prabhupada. Bob, tomorrow I'll have to leave you and... Srila Prabhupada, don't talk leave, but talk live. Bob, I cannot yet, but I was thinking now of returning tomorrow to my town. But, Srila Prabhupada, don't return. Bob, I should stay here tomorrow, here? Srila Prabhupada, stay here. Bob, if you tell me to, I'll stay. Srila Prabhupada, yes, you are a very good boy. There is a long pause. It is now much quieter. Srila Prabhupada continues. It is very simple. When the living entities forget Krishna, they are in this material world. Krishna means his name, his form, his abode, his pastimes, everything. When we speak of a king, it means the king's government, king's palace, king's queen, king's sons, secretaries, military strength, activities, everything, is it not? Bob, yes. Srila Prabhupada, Similarly, since Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as soon as we think of Krishna, this means we are in touch with Krishna and all his energies. That is complete by saying Radha Krishna. Radha represents all the energies of Krishna, and Krishna is the Supreme Lord. So when we speak of Krishna, the living entities are also included because the living entities are one of the energies of Krishna, his superior energy. When this energy is not serving the energetic, that is material existence. The whole world is not serving Krishna, or they are serving Krishna in a different way. They are serving indirectly, just as disobedient citizens serve the government indirectly. Prisoners come to the prison house on account of their disobedience of the laws of the state. But in the prison house, they are forced to obey the laws of the state. Similarly, all the living entities here are godless, either by ignorance or by choice. They do not like to accept the supremacy of God. Demoniac. So we are trying to bring them to their original condition. That is the Krishna consciousness movement. Bob, I'd like to ask you just something I talked with the devotees about. Medicine. I walked to the river with some devotees today. I have a cold, so I said I shouldn't go in the water. Some felt I should because it is the Ganges, and some said I shouldn't because I have a cold, and we were talking and I don't understand. Do we get sick because of our bad actions in the past? Srila Prabhupada, yes, that's a fact. Any kind of distress we suffer is due to our impious activities in the past. Bob, but when someone is removed from karmic influence, does he still get sick? Srila Prabhupada, no. Or even if he gets sick, that is very temporary. For instance, this fan is moving. If you disconnect the electric power, then the fan will move for a few moments. That movement is not due to the electric current. That is due to what is called? Shyamasundara, momentum. Srila Prabhupada, momentum. But as soon as the momentum is gone, no more movement. Similarly, even if a devotee who has surrendered to Krishna is suffering from material consequences, that is temporary. Therefore, a devotee does not take any material miseries as miseries. He takes them as Krishna's, God's mercy. Mercy! Bob, that attitude seems possible only for a perfected soul. Srila Prabhupada, a perfected soul is one who engages 24 hours a day in Krishna consciousness. That is perfection. That is a transcendental position. Perfection means to engage in one's original consciousness. That Krishna states in Bhagavad-Gita 8.15. Mamupetya punarjanma dukhalayam ashashvatam napnuvanti mahatmana samsiddhim paramam gataha. Quote, anyone who comes to me does not return to this miserable, temporary material world. That is complete perfection. Samsiddhi. Siddhi is perfection. That is Brahman realization, spiritual realization. And samsiddhi means devotion, which comes after Brahman realization. Bob, could you just say the last thing again, please? Srila Prabhupada, samsiddhi. Samsiddhi. It's one word, Sanskrit. Bob, yes. Srila Prabhupada, sam means complete, and siddhi means perfection. In the Bhagavad-Gita, it is stated that one who goes back home, back to Godhead, has attained complete perfection. So, perfection comes when one realizes that he is not this body, he is spirit soul. That is the Brahma Bhuta stage, called Brahman realization. That is perfection. And samsiddhi comes after Brahman realization, when one engages in devotional service. Therefore, if one is already engaged in devotional service, it is to be understood that Brahman realization is there. Therefore, it is called samsiddhi. Samsiddhi. Bob, I ask you this very humbly, but do you feel diseases and sickness? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, is this a result of your past karma? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, so one in this material world never escapes his karma completely? Srila Prabhupada, yes, he escapes. No more karma for a devotee. No more karmic reaction. Bob, but you must be the best devotee. Srila Prabhupada, no, I consider... Wow. Srila Prabhupada says, no, I don't consider myself the best devotee. I am the lowest. Oh, Krishna Chaitanya, this is heartbreaking. You know, when pure devotees, their humility is just heartbreaking. Srila Prabhupada, we've been reading his books and we're going to read tons of his books. He says, no, I don't consider myself the best devotee. I am the lowest. Bob says, no. And we say, no. Srila Prabhupada, you are the best devotee. Bob laughs. Oh, no. What you say always seems right, so you must be the best devotee. Srila Prabhupada, the thing is that even the best devotee comes to the second-class platform when he preaches. Bob, what would the best devotee be doing? Srila Prabhupada, the best devotee does not preach. Bob, what does he do? Srila Prabhupada, he sees that there is no need of preaching. For him, everyone is a devotee. Bob laughs heartily. Yes, he sees no more non-devotees, all devotees. He is called an Uttama Adhikari. But while I am preaching, how can I say I am the best devotee? Just like Radharani, she does not see anyone as a non-devotee. Therefore, we try to approach Radharani. Oh, Haribo. Bob, who is this? Srila Prabhupada, Radharani, Krishna's consort. Bob, Srila Prabhupada, if anyone approaches Radharani, she recommends to Krishna, here is the best devotee, he is better than me, and Krishna cannot refuse him. That is the best devotee. But it is not to be imitated. I have become the best devotee. Oh, Krishna. Ishvareta dadhineshu balisheshu dvishatsucha. A second-class devotee has the vision that some are envious of God, but this is not the vision of the best devotee. The best devotee sees nobody is envious of God. Everyone is better than me. Just like Chaitanya Charitamrita's author, Krishnadasa Kaviraj, he says, I am lower than the worm in the stool. Bob, who is saying this? Srila Prabhupada, Krishnadasa Kaviraj, the author of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. Purishera kitahaite munise lakishta. He is not making a show, he is feeling like that. I am the lowest, everyone is best, but I am the lowest. Everyone else is engaged in Krishna's service, but I am not engaged. This was a quote. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Oh, I have not a pinch of devotion to Krishna. I cry to make a show. If I had been a devotee of Krishna, I would have died long time ago. But I am living. That is the proof that I do not love Krishna." And that was a quote. Krishna. This is the vision of the best devotee. He is so much absorbed in Krishna's love that he says, everyone else is a devotee, but I am the lowest. Therefore, I cannot see God. That is the best devotee. One moment. Yes. Bob. So a devotee must work for everybody's liberation? Srila Prabhupada. Yes. A devotee must work under the direction of a bona fide spiritual master, not imitate the best devotee. Shyamasundar. Once you said that sometimes you feel sickness or pain due to the sinful activities of your devotees. Can disease sometimes be due to that? Srila Prabhupada. You see, Krishna says, Aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami mashuchaha. Quote, I will deliver you from all sinful reaction. Do not fear. Unquote. Krishna is so powerful that he can take up all the sins of others and immediately make them right. But when a living entity acts on behalf of Krishna, he also takes the responsibility for the sinful activities of his devotees. Therefore, to become a guru is not an easy task. You see, he has to take all the poisons and absorb them. So sometimes, because he is not Krishna, there is some trouble. Therefore, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has forbidden, don't make many disciples. But for preaching work, to expand the preaching, we have to accept many disciples, even if we suffer. That's a fact. The spiritual master has to take the responsibility for all the sinful activities of his disciples. Therefore, to make many disciples is a risky job unless one is able to assimilate all the sins. Vanchakalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Quote, I offer my respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord. Just like desire trees, they can fulfill the desires of everyone, and they are full of compassion for the fallen, conditioned souls. Unquote. The spiritual master takes responsibility for all the fallen souls. That idea is also in the Bible. Jesus Christ took all the sinful reactions of the people and sacrificed his life. That is the responsibility of a spiritual master. Because Krishna is Krishna, he is apapa viddha. He cannot be attacked by sinful reactions. But a living entity is sometimes subjected to their influence because he is so small. Big fire, small fire. If you put some big thing in a small fire, the fire itself may be extinguished. But in a big fire, whatever you put in is alright. The big fire can consume anything. But Christ's suffering was of that nature. Srila Prabhupada, he took the sinful reactions of all the people, therefore he suffered. Bob, I see. Srila Prabhupada, he said that is in the Bible, that he took all the sinful reactions of the people and sacrificed his life. But these Christian people have made it a law for Christ to suffer while they do all nonsense. Such great fools they are. They have let Jesus Christ make a contract for taking all their sinful reactions so they can go on with all nonsense. That is their religion. Christ was so magnanimous that he took all their sins and suffered, but that does not induce them to stop all these sins. They have not come to that sense. They have taken it very easily. Let Lord Jesus Christ suffer and we'll do all the nonsense. Is it not? Bob, it is so. It is so. Srila Prabhupada, they should have been ashamed. Lord Jesus Christ suffered for us, but we are continuing the sinful reactions, sinful activities. He told everyone, "Thou shalt not kill," but they are indulging in killing, thinking, Lord Jesus Christ will excuse us and take all the sinful reactions. This is going on. We should be very cautious. For my sinful actions, my spiritual master will suffer, so I will not commit even a pinch of sinful activities. That is the duty of a disciple. After initiation, all sinful reaction is finished. Now, if he again commits sinful activities, his spiritual master has to suffer. A disciple should be sympathetic and consider that for his sinful activities, his spiritual master will suffer. If the spiritual master is attacked by some disease, it is due to the sinful activities of others. Govinda. Therefore, the injunction is, don't make many disciples. But we do it because we are preaching. Never mind, let us suffer. Still we shall accept these disciples. So your question was whether when I suffer, it is due to my past misdeeds, was it not? That is my misdeed, that I accepted some disciples who are nonsense. That is my misdeed. Bob, this happens on occasion? Srila Prabhupada, yes, this is sure to happen because we are accepting so many disciples. It is the duty of the disciples to be cautious. My spiritual master has saved me. I should not put him again into suffering. Of course, when the spiritual master is suffering, Krishna saves him. Krishna thinks, oh, he has taken so much responsibility for delivering fallen persons. So Krishna says, Kaunteya pratijanihi name bhaktah pranashyati. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. Krishna says, the spiritual master is protected because he takes the risk on account of Krishna. Bob, your suffering is not the same kind of pain we feel. Srila Prabhupada, no, it is not due to karma. The pain is there sometimes so that the disciples may know, due to our sinful activities, our spiritual master is suffering. Bob, you look very well now. Srila Prabhupada, I am always well, in the sense that even if there is suffering, I know Krishna will protect me. But this suffering is not due to my sinful activities. Jai. Let me check one thing. Yes, we're going to stop here for today, and tomorrow we shall continue with the topic of the perfect devotee and his attributes. So thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing perfect questions, perfect answers by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and his conversation with Bob Cohen, a Peace Corps worker in India, aka Brahmā Tirtha Prabhu. So, yesterday we haven't completed this chapter entitled The Perfect Devotee. So we are taking off from where we left off, page number 61. Bob: in the town I live in, I take boiled water because some of the water has disease in it. Now, why should I drink boiled water if I have been good enough not to get a disease? Then I may drink any water. And if I had been not acting properly, then I shall get disease anyway? Srila Prabhupada: so long as you are in the material world, you cannot neglect physical laws. Suppose you go to a jungle and there is a tiger. It is known that it will attack you. So why should you voluntarily go and get attacked and be attacked? It is not that a devotee should take unnecessary physical risks. Haribol! Please, okay, I'll not mention it right now, later on, but I'm going to post it as a separate quote, because Krishna Chaitanya. It is not that a devotee should take unnecessary physical risks. Haribol. Aren't we sometimes miracle people? He shouldn't think, now that I have become a devotee, I challenge everything. That is foolishness. Anasaktasya vishayan yathartham upayunjita nirbandha Krishna sambandhe yuktam vairagyam uchyate. The devotee is advised to accept the necessities of life without attachment. He'll take boiled water, but if boiled water is not available, does it mean he will not drink water? If it is not available, he will drink ordinary water. We take Krishna Prasadam, but while touring, we sometimes have to take some food in a hotel. Because one is a devotee, should he think, I will not take any food from the hotel, I shall starve. If I starve, then I will be weak and will not be able to preach. Haribol! Oh, this is just... I don't remember reading this before. This is the beauty of repetition. These books are so deep, actually. Next time I'll read it and then I will find out about something new. So, ever fresh transcendental literature, ki jai. So, Bob, does a devotee lose some of his individuality? Srila Prabhupada: no, he has full individuality for pleasing Krishna. Krishna says, you surrender unto me. So he voluntarily surrenders. It is not that he has lost his individuality. He keeps his individuality, just like Arjuna. In the beginning, he was declining to fight on account of his individuality. But when he accepted Krishna as his spiritual master, he became a disciple. Then, whatever Krishna ordered, he said yes. That doesn't mean he lost his individuality. He voluntarily accepted. Whatever Krishna says, I shall do it. Just like all my disciples, they have not lost their individuality, but they have surrendered their individuality. That is required. For example, suppose a man does not indulge in sex. It does not mean he has become impotent. If he likes, he can have sex 1,000 times, but he has voluntarily avoided it. Param drishtva nivartate. He has a higher taste. Sometimes we fast, but that does not mean we are diseased. We voluntarily fast. It does not mean that I'm not hungry or cannot eat, but we voluntarily fast. Bob, does the devotee who surrenders keep his individual taste for different things? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Bob, does he keep his individual likes and dislikes? Srila Prabhupada, yes, he keeps everything in full, but he gives preference to Krishna. Suppose I like something, but Krishna says, no, you cannot use it. Then I shall not use it. I give it up for Krishna's sake. Positively, Krishna says, I like these things. So we have to offer to Krishna what he likes, and then we take prasadam. Krishna likes Radharani. Therefore, all the gopis are trying to push Radharani to Krishna. Krishna likes this gopi, alright, push her towards him. Push her forward to him. That is Krishna consciousness. To satisfy the senses of Krishna, not to satisfy my senses. That is bhakti. That is called prema, love for Krishna. In quotes, Krishna likes this. I must give him this. Bob, some prasad I like, and some I find not at all to my liking. Srila Prabhupada, you should not do that. The perfection is that whatever is offered to Krishna, you should accept. That is perfection. You cannot say, I like this, I don't like this. So long as you make such discrimination, that means you have not appreciated what prasada is. No disliking, no liking. Whatever Krishna likes, that is all right. A devotee. But suppose someone prepares something for Krishna, but does not make it so nicely. Srila Prabhupada, no, if made with sincerity, sincerely with devotion, then Krishna will like it. Just like Vidura. Vidura was feeding Krishna bananas, but he was so absorbed in thought that he was throwing away the real bananas and giving Krishna the skin. And Krishna was eating. Everybody laughs. Krishna knew that he was giving him the skins in devotion, and Krishna can eat anything provided there is devotion. It doesn't matter whether it is materially tasty or not. Similarly, a devotee who also takes Krishna prasada, whether it is tasty or not, so a devotee also takes. We should accept everything. A devotee. But if the devotion is not there, Srila Prabhupada, if devotion is not there, Krishna doesn't like any food, either tasty or not tasty. He does not accept it. A devotee. In India, Srila Prabhupada, India, don't talk of India, talk of philosophy. If there is no devotion, Krishna does not accept anything, whether in India or in your country. Lord Krishna is not obliged to accept anything costly because it is very tasty. Krishna has very many tasty dishes in Vaikuntha. He is not hankering after your food. He accepts your devotion, bhakti. The real thing is devotion, not the food. Krishna does not accept any food of this material world. He accepts only the devotion. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhaktyupahritam ashnami prayatatmanaha. Quote, if one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit or water, I will accept it. because it has been offered to me with devotion and love. Unquote, Bhagavad-Gita 9.26. It is devotion that is required. Therefore, we do not allow anyone to cook who is not a devotee. Krishna does not accept anything from the hands of a non-devotee. Why should he accept? He is not hungry. He does not require any food. He accepts only the devotion. That's all. That is the main point. One moment. Jai. So one has to become a devotee, not a good cook. But if he is a devotee, then he will be a good cook also. Automatically he will become a good cook. Therefore, one has to become a devotee only. Then all other good qualifications will automatically be there. And if he is a non-devotee, any good qualifications have no value. He is on the mental plane, so he has no good qualification. Bob, I still do not understand so much about prasada. Srila Prabhupada, prasad is always prasad. But because we are not elevated sufficiently, therefore we do not like some prasad. Bob, I find that some prasad is too spicy and hurts my stomach. Srila Prabhupada, well, that is also due to not appreciating, but the cook should have some consideration. Krishna must be offered first-class foods, so if the cook offers something last class, he is not performing his duty. But Krishna can accept anything if it is offered by a devotee, and a devotee can accept any prasada even if it is spicy. Hiranyakashipu gave his son poison, and after offering it to Krishna, the son drank it as nectar. So even if prasad is very spicy to others, it is very palatable to the devotee. What is the question of spicy? Krishna was offered poison, real poison, by Putana Rakshasi. But he is so nice that he thought, she came to me as my mother. So he took the poison and delivered her. Krishna does not take the bad side. A good man does not take the bad side. He takes only the good side. Just like all of my god brothers. He wanted to make, just like one of my god brothers, he wanted to make business with my Guru Maharaj, spiritual master. But my Guru Maharaj did not take the bad side, he took the good side. He thought, he has come forward to give me some service. Okay. Bob, let us say that some devotee has some medical trouble and cannot eat a certain type of food. For instance, some devotees do not eat ghee because of liver trouble. So, should these devotees also take all kinds of prasada? Srila Prabhupada, no. Those who are not perfect devotees may discriminate. But a perfect devotee does not discriminate. Why should you imitate a perfect devotee? So long as you have discrimination, you are not a perfect devotee. So why should you artificially imitate a perfect devotee and eat everything? Haribol! The point is, a perfect devotee does not make any discrimination. Whatever is offered to Krishna is nectar, that's all. Krishna accepts anything from a devotee. Quote, whatever is offered to me by my devotee, I accept. Unquote. The same thing is true for a pure devotee. Don't you see the point? A perfect devotee does not make any discrimination. But if I am not a perfect devotee and I discriminate, why should I imitate the perfect devotee? It may not be possible for me to digest everything because I am not a perfect devotee. A devotee should not be a foolish man. It is said, Krishna ye bhaje se bada chatura. So a devotee knows his position and he is intelligent enough to deal with others accordingly. Jai, we have completed this most thrilling chapter entitled Perfect Devotee. Tomorrow we shall read the next chapter called Acting in Knowledge of Krishna. So, I was super delighted to complete this chapter because it's one of my favorite topics, and that is not to imitate, being intelligent, not being foolish, being discriminative, and knowing that if you would be perfect, you would not have to discriminate, but you are not perfect, which is also a topic of honesty. And I really, really love all these topics. Wow. So thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everyone. So we are continuing Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and his conversation with Bob Cohen, a Peace Corps worker in India, aka Brahmā Tirtha Prabhu. So, we're starting chapter 7, Acting in Knowledge of Krishna. February 29th, 1972, evening continued. An Indian gentleman. By what kind of actions does one earn good karma? Srila Prabhupada. Good karma means what is prescribed in the Vedas. Specifically, it is prescribed that one should perform yajna. Yajna means actions for the satisfaction of Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So, good karma means performance of the yajnas as they are prescribed in the Vedic literatures. A good law-abiding citizen is one whose actions satisfy the government. So, good karma is actions that satisfy Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Lord. Unfortunately, modern people do not know what the Supreme Personality of Godhead is, what to speak of satisfying Him. They are simply busy with material activities. Therefore, all of them are performing only bad karma and therefore suffering. They are blind men leading other blind men, and all are then suffering by bad karma. That is very easy to understand. If you do something criminal, you will suffer. If you do something benevolent for the state, for the people, then you are recognized. You are sometimes given a title. This is good and bad karma. So by good karma, you enjoy some material happiness, and by bad karma, you suffer from material distress. By good karma, you get birth in a good family. You get riches, good money. Then you become a learned scholar. You become beautiful also. Bob. What about the person who is not very aware of God, but, Srila Prabhupada, then he is an animal. A person who does not know what is God, or one who does not try to understand what is God, he is an animal. Bob, what about innocent people? Srila Prabhupada, the animal is very innocent. If you cut its throat, it won't protest. So innocence is not a very good qualification. The animals are all innocent. Therefore, you get the chance to cut their throats. So to become innocent is not a very good qualification. Our proposition is that one must be very, very intelligent, and then he can understand Krishna. Haribol! This is something that I really appreciate in all of Prabhupada's books. Srila Prabhupada never encourages in strong words stupidity or foolishness or naivete or this ignorant innocence or fanaticism or blind faith. None of these are ever promoted by His Divine Grace. This is just, oh, can I just print this and maybe frame it and put it on the wall? I like this very much. Our proposition is that one must be very, very intelligent, and then he can understand Krishna. Jai. So to chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra is also very, very intelligent. Not necessarily has to be scholarly, but Jai. Okay. To become an innocent, ignorant simpleton is not a very good qualification. Simplicity is all right, but one should not be unintelligent. Bob, can you tell me what intelligence is? Srila Prabhupada, intelligence means to know what one is, what this world is, what God is, and what are their interrelations. The animal does not know what he is. He thinks he is the body. Similarly, anyone who does not know what he is not intelligent. Bob, what about a person who tries to do what is right and is very conscientious about the things he does? Like the servant who is very honest to his master, but knows that if he were not honest, he would not be caught. If a person like that stays honest anyway, is that some good kind of karma? So, if a servant, if a servant, he knows that if he were not honest, he would not be caught. Okay, so if one knows that if he is dishonest, he will still not be caught. If a person like that stays honest anyway, is that some kind of a good karma? Okay, so if we have an opportunity to do something dishonest and we stay honest. Okay, Srila Prabhupada, yes, to become honest is also good karma. How to become a good man is described in the Bhagavad-Gita very elaborately. Daivi sampad vimokshaya nibandhaya surimatta. So if you become qualified with Daivi Sampad, transcendental qualities, then Vimokshaya, you will be liberated. And Nibandhaya Suri, if you have demoniac qualities, you will be more and more entangled. Unfortunately, modern people do not know what is liberation and what is entanglement. They are so ignorant. They do not know. If I ask you what liberation is, can you answer? No answer, in brackets. And if I ask you what entanglement is, can you answer? In brackets. Again, no answer. These words are there in the Vedic literature. Liberation and entanglement. But at the present moment, people do not even know what they mean. They are so ignorant and foolish, and still they are proud of their advancement in knowledge. You are a professor, a teacher. Can you explain what liberation is? Bob, not adequately, because if I could explain it, then I would have become liberated very fast. Srila Prabhupada, But if you do not know what liberation is, then where is the question of fast or slow liberation? You should first know what liberation is. If you do not know where the train is going, then what is the use of knowing whether is it going fast or slow? So, what is liberation? You daily ask me, now I'm asking you. Bob laughs. Okay. Let me think for a moment. Srila Prabhupada. Liberation is described in the Srimad Bhagavatam. The exact Sanskrit word for liberation is mukti. So what is defined in the Srimad Bhagavatam? Muktir hitva nyatharupam svarupena vyavastitih. One should stop doing all nonsense and become situated in his original position. That is liberation. Unfortunately, today nobody knows his original position or how to act properly in that position. The modern population is so ignorant about their life. It is a very awkward position. They do not know. Bob, can you tell me who is honest? Srila Prabhupada, if one does not know what is honesty, how can he be honest? But if you know what is honesty, then you can be honest. What is honesty? First of all, explain. Bob, I would say that honesty is doing what you really feel is right. Srila Prabhupada, a thief is feeling I must steal to provide for my children. It is right. Does it mean that he is honest? The butcher thinks I must cut the throat of the animals daily. It is my livelihood. Narada Muni once met a hunter and asked him, "Why are you killing in this way?" And he said, "Oh, it is my business. My father taught it to me." The hunter was honestly doing his work. So a feeling of honesty depends on culture. A thief's culture is different from ours. He thinks stealing is honest. Bob, so what is honesty? Srila Prabhupada, yes, that is my question. Everyone laughs. Real honesty is that you should not encroach upon another's property. This is honesty. For instance, this is my table. If you want to take it away, is that honesty? Therefore, the simple definition of honesty is that you should not encroach upon another's rights. That is honesty. You should not encroach upon another's rights. This is honesty. Bob, so somebody who is honest would be in the mode of goodness. Would that be correct? Srila Prabhupada, certainly. Because the mode of goodness means knowledge. So if you know this table belongs to Swamiji, this table does not belong to me, you will not try to take it away. Therefore, one must know to whom things belong. Then he can be honest. Bob, you have said that the mode of goodness was knowledge of God. But somebody may be honest without having very much knowledge of God, without thinking they're honest because it is God's wish. They just feel like they ought to be honest. Srila Prabhupada, God wishes everyone to be honest. Why should God think otherwise? Bob, can you follow God's wishes without knowing you are following God's wishes? Srila Prabhupada, no, following without knowing, that is absurd. You must know the order of God, and if you follow that, then that is honesty. Bob, so somebody cannot really be honest without knowing God. Srila Prabhupada, yes, because God is the supreme proprietor, the supreme enjoyer, and the supreme friend. That is the statement of the Bhagavad-Gita. If anyone knows these three things, then he is in full knowledge. These three things only. that the God is the proprietor of everything, God is the friend of everyone, and God is the enjoyer of everything. For example, everyone knows that in the body the stomach is the enjoyer, not the hands, legs, eyes, ears. These are there simply to help the stomach. For example, the eyes, the vulture goes 7 miles up to see where the food is for the stomach, is it not? Bob, this is so. Srila Prabhupada. Then the wings fly there and the jaws catch the food. Similarly, as in this body, the stomach is the enjoyer, the central figure of the whole cosmic manifestation, material or spiritual, is Krishna, God. He is the enjoyer. We can understand this just by considering our own bodies. The body is also a creation. The body has some mechanical nature you will find in the whole universe. The same mechanical arrangement will be found anywhere you go, even in animals. In the human body or in the cosmic manifestation, almost the same mechanism. So you can understand very easily that in this body, any body, your body, the stomach is the enjoyer. There is a central enjoyer, and the stomach is the friend also, because if you can digest food, you see, then all other limbs of the body become, if you cannot digest food, then all other limbs of the body become weak. Therefore, the stomach is the friend. It is digesting and distributing the energy to all the limbs of the body, is it not? Bob, it is so. Srila Prabhupada. Similarly, the central stomach of the whole creation is God, Krishna. He is the supreme enjoyer, he is the friend, and as the supreme proprietor, he is maintaining everyone, just as a king can maintain the whole country's citizens, because he is the proprietor. Without being the proprietor, how can one become everybody's friend? So these things have to be understood. Krishna is the supreme enjoyer, Krishna is the supreme proprietor, and Krishna is the supreme friend. If you know these three things, then your knowledge is full. You do not require to understand anything more. Yasmin vigyate sarvam evam vigyatam bhavati. If you simply understand Krishna by this formula, then your knowledge is complete. You don't require any more knowledge. But people will not agree. Why should Krishna be the proprietor? Hitler should be the proprietor. Nixon, that is going on. Therefore, you are in trouble. But if you understand these three things only, then your knowledge is complete. But we will not accept, we will put forward so many impediments to understand these three things, and that is the cause of our trouble. But in the Bhagavad-Gita 5.29, it is plainly said, Bhoktaram yagyatapasam sarvaloka maheshwaram suhridam sarvabhutanam gyatva mam shantim richati. Quote, a person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the Supreme Lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries. Unquote, Bhagavad-Gita 5.29. But he won't take this. But we won't take this. We put forward so many false proprietors, false friends, false enjoyers, and they fight one another. This is the situation of the world. If people would take this knowledge, there would immediately be peace. Shantim richati. This is knowledge, and if anyone follows this principle, he is honest. He does not claim it is mine. He knows everything is Krishna's, so therefore everything should be utilized for Krishna's service. That is honesty. If this pencil belongs to me, the etiquette is for my students to ask, "Can I use this pencil?" Then I will reply, "Yes, you can." Similarly, if I know that everything belongs to Krishna, I will not use anything without his permission. That is honesty. And that is knowledge. One who does not know this is ignorant, he is foolish, and a foolish man commits crimes. All criminals are foolish men. Out of ignorance, one breaks the law. So ignorance is not bliss, but it is folly to be wise where ignorance is bliss. That is the difficulty. The whole world is enjoying ignorance. And when you talk about Krishna consciousness, they do not much appreciate it. Not very much. If I say Krishna is the supreme proprietor, you are not the proprietor, you will not be very much satisfied. Everyone laughs. Just see. Ignorance is bliss. So, it is my foolishness to say the real truth. Therefore, it is folly to be wise where ignorance is bliss. So we are taking the risk of offending people, and they think we are fools. If I say to a rich man, "You are not the proprietor, Krishna is the proprietor, so whatever money you have, spend it for Krishna," he will be angry. Upadesho hi murkhanam prakopayana shantaye. Quote, "If you instruct a rascal, he'll become angry." Unquote. Therefore, we go as beggars. Quote, "My dear sir, you are a very nice man. I am a sannyasi beggar, so I want to construct a temple. Can you spare some money?" Unquote. So he will think, "Oh, here is a beggar. Let me give him some money." Everyone laughs. But if I say, "Dear sir, you have millions of dollars at your disposal. That is Krishna's money. Give them to me. I am Krishna's servant." Oh, he'll chase me away. Everyone's laughing. He will not be very satisfied. Rather, if I go as a beggar, he will give me something. And if I tell him the truth, he will not give me a farthing. Everyone laughs. We convince him as beggars. We are not beggars. We are Krishna's servants. For ourselves, we don't want anything from anyone, because we know Krishna will provide everything. This is knowledge. For instance, a child will sometimes take $100 bill, so we have to flatter him. "Oh, you are so nice. Please take these lozenges and give me that paper. It is nothing, it is paper." And he will say, "Oh yes, take, that's nice." And he returns the $100 note for 2 penny sweets. So we have to beg people in that way. Why? Because a man will go to hell by taking Krishna's money. So some way or other, take some money from him and engage him in the Krishna consciousness movement. Bob, and then he may not go to hell? Srila Prabhupada, yes, you save him from going to hell, because a farthing spent for Krishna will be noted by him. Oh, this man has given a farthing. This is called agyata sukriti, devotional service performed unknowingly. People are generally very poor in their thought. Therefore, the saintly persons move among them just to enlighten them a little, to give them a chance to serve Krishna. That is the saintly person's duty. But if someone takes money from others and utilizes it for sense gratification, then he goes to hell. Then he is finished. He is a cheater, a criminal. You cannot take a farthing from anyone and use it for your own sense gratification. Bob, I think of people I know who are not Krishna conscious. Srila Prabhupada. Krishna means God. Bob, they are just slightly God conscious, but still, these people are honest to the extent that they don't take from other people at all. And they try to be honest with other people. Srila Prabhupada. They do not take from other people, but they take from God. Bob, so these people are half good? Srila Prabhupada, not good. If they do not learn this principle, that God is the proprietor, they cannot be good. Bob, I'm thinking of poor people who need money and food but do not commit crimes to get it. Everybody around them may be stealing, but they still stand up and don't steal. These people somehow deserve something good to happen to them. Srila Prabhupada. But the man who is thinking that he is not stealing is also a thief, because he does not know that everything belongs to Krishna. Therefore, whatever he is accepting, he is stealing. Bob, is he less of a thief? Srila Prabhupada, maybe. You may not know that I am the proprietor of this shawl, but if you take it away, are you not stealing? Bob, but maybe if I know it is yours and I take it, I am a worse thief than if I do not know whose it is. I just think it may be nobody's and I take it. He has a nice... This is I just really... Prabhupada himself is, I'm thinking, enjoying this conversation because he always appreciated intelligence, right? Okay, so I just think it may be nobody's and I take it. Srila Prabhupada, that is also stealing, because it must belong to somebody, and you are taking it without his permission. You may not know exactly who the proprietor is, but you know it must belong to someone. Sometimes we see on the road so many valuable things left there. Government property for repairing roads or some electrical work. A man may think, oh, fortunately these things are lying here, so I may take them. Is it not stealing? Bob, it is stealing. Srila Prabhupada, yes, he does not know that this is all government property. He takes it anyway. That is stealing, and when he is caught, he is arrested and he is punished. So similarly, whatever you are collecting, suppose you're drinking a glass of water from the river. Is the river your property? Bob, no. Srila Prabhupada, then it is stealing. You have not created the river. You do not know who is the proprietor, but it is not your property. So even if you drink a glass of water without knowing to whom it belongs, you are a thief. So you may think, I am honest, but actually you're a thief. You must remember Krishna. Oh, Krishna, it is your creation, so kindly allow me to drink. This is honesty. Therefore, a devotee always thinks of Krishna in all his activities. Oh, it is Krishna's. This is honesty. So without Krishna consciousness, everyone is a rascal, a thief, a rogue, a robber. Therefore, our conclusion is that anyone who does not understand Krishna has no good qualifications. He is not honest, nor has he knowledge. Therefore, he is a third-class man. Is that correct? This is not dogmatism. This is a fact. So, you have understood what is knowledge and what is honesty? Bob, in a way. Srila Prabhupada. And is there another way? Bob laughs. Is there any other way? Defy it. Srila Prabhupada, he's like, challenge me more. Any doubts? Bob laughs again. Srila Prabhupada is also laughing. Is there an alternative? We do not say anything that can be defied by anyone. That experience we have. Rather, we defy everyone. Any questions? Oh, I really love this. You know, this book particularly, Perfect Questions, Perfect Answer. Another book we'll be reading is Life Comes from Life. When I see Srila Prabhupada in actions, I'm just a person who likes arguments, I guess. I mean, arguments, not in the same, like, not in the sense of quarrels, but, you know, like, a proper dispute, a nice dispute. I like that. And, you know, when somebody can just really, especially establish absolute truth and really, like, I just really enjoy these debates. So when I hear this mood of Srila Prabhupada, he's like, rather we defy everyone. Any questions? And it's like, okay. Till now, Krishna has given us protection in big meetings in big countries. After speaking, I ask, any questions? Bob, now I have none. 1 second. Now I have none. Srila Prabhupada. In London, we had lectures for 12 days in Conway Hall. So after every meeting, I was asking, any questions? Bob, did you get many questions? Srila Prabhupada, oh yes, but many were foolish questions. Bob, let me ask one more question. What is being foolish? Srila Prabhupada, one who has no knowledge is to be considered foolish. An Indian gentleman, Prabhupada, I have one personal question. Can I ask? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Indian gentleman, some time ago in Calcutta, they observed a week named Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Week. Srila Prabhupada, This is another foolishness. They are advertising prevention of cruelty and they are maintaining thousands of slaughterhouses. You see? That is another foolishness. They are regularly cruel to animals and they are making a society to prevent it. It is as if a gang of thieves calls itself Goodman and Company. Indian gentleman. So I wanted just to ask, Srila Prabhupada. So before you ask, I'll give you the answer. He understood what he's talking about. Their philosophy is that when an animal is not properly nourished, that is cruelty. Therefore, instead of allowing it to starve, better to kill it. That is their theory. Is it not? Bob, yes. Srila Prabhupada, they say, oh, it is better to kill him than to let him live in so much pain. That theory is coming in communist countries. An old man, a grandfather, may be suffering, so better kill him. In Africa, there is a class of men who make a festival by killing their great-grandfathers. A devotee. I had an uncle and aunt who were in the army. When they went overseas, they could not take their dog with them. So they said, the poor dog will be heartbroken without us. So they put him to sleep, killed him. Srila Prabhupada. Even Gandhi once killed a calf or cow because it was suffering very much. He ordered, instead of letting it suffer, just kill it. Giriraj. Yesterday you said that the spiritual master may have to suffer due to the sinful activities of his disciples. What do you mean by sinful activities? Srila Prabhupada. At initiation you promised, I shall follow the regulative principles. If you do not follow, that is sinful. Very simple. You break the promise and do nasty things. Therefore, you are sinful. Is it not? Giriraj. Yes. But there are some things we're instructed to do that, even though we try to do them, we cannot yet do perfectly. Srila Prabhupada. You try to do and cannot do? How is that? Giriraj. Like chanting attentively. Sometimes we try to, but... Srila Prabhupada. Well, that is not a fault. Suppose you're trying to do something, but due to your inexperience, you sometimes fail. That is not a fault. You are trying. A verse in the Bhagavatam says that if a devotee is trying his best, but due to his incapability he sometimes fails, Krishna excuses him. And in the Bhagavad-Gita, Krishna says, Api chet suduracharo bhajate mam ananyabhak sadur eva samantavyah. Quote, someone may commit the most abominable activity, but if he is worshipping me sincerely, he should be considered a saintly person. Sometimes he does something nonsensical, unwillingly, due to past bad habits. That does not mean he is faulty. But he must repent for what he has done, and he should try to avoid it as far as possible. But the habit is second nature. Sometimes, in spite of your trying hard, Maya is so strong that it trips you with pitfalls. That can be excused. Krishna excuses. But those who are doing something willingly are not excused, on the strength that I am a devotee if I think, because I am chanting, I may therefore commit all this nonsense and it will be nullified. That is greatest offense. Hare Bol. Wow, I really wanted to actually excuse me. I wanted to read half of the chapter because I figured it is long, but somehow I just couldn't stop midway. Okay. So, we have completed this chapter. Tomorrow we will read chapter 8. And I just wanted to say a short anecdote. It reminded me that question from this Indian gentleman about slaughterhouses. I remember one time we were also in Calcutta at Howrah station, and one Mataji, she was distributing books. So she started talking to this student, one Indian student, and she asked me to translate. So there was an exchange of words. He bought the book ultimately, but he bought it after this, again, like not an argument, but he presented this doubt. He was like saying, okay, spiritual life, worshipping God, but what do you do about animal cruelty? There's so much war, and there's animal cruelty. And I just heard it. I immediately asked him, oh, you are worried about the animals, you must be a vegetarian. And he looked at me and there was this pause. He's like, no. And I'm like, duh, like, okay, animal cruelty. It's like these days, right? Even in the movies, they say no animal was harmed, like on screen. Nobody, like, no way we can't, like harm any doggy or any cat. But suppose, like, the team that worked on the set has eaten this many hamburgers, which were made of same animals. So yeah, it's just it's not like, it's just a fact that animal cruelty means, it doesn't just mean what we see, but it also means what is going on, and slaughterhouses are pretty much against the principle of saving the animals. So thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing with Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and his conversation with Bob Cohen, a Peace Corps worker in India, also known as Brahmā Tirtha Prabhu. So we're starting chapter 8, Advancing in Krishna Consciousness, an exchange of letters. Oh yes, this is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Sulalita Devidasi. So let's dive in. Springfield, New Jersey, 12th June 1972. Dear Prabhupada, I offer my humble obeisances. I have been associating with the devotees of the New York Temple. With the association of such fine, advanced devotees, I hope that I may make some advancement in Krishna consciousness. My fiancé has started to come to the temple and is chanting a little. She knew nothing about Krishna consciousness until I wrote her about it from India. Aitreya Rishi has been kind enough to invite us to his home so that we may see an ideal householder life. I went to Bombay the end of April for termination from the Peace Corps. I was fortunate enough to come down with a minor illness so that I had to stay in Bombay for 2 weeks. I spent the time with the advanced and kind devotees at Juhu. Unfortunately, you had left 5 days previously. I understand so little, but I have faith in the process of Krishna consciousness and hope to take to it more and more. I look forward to Aitreya Rishi's description of the temple in Los Angeles and hope that I may personally hear you in New York. Thank you for the kindness you have shown to a very undeserving boy. Sincerely, Bob Cohen. Oh, okay, such a sweet letter. So the reply, oh yeah, this is A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, ISKCON Los Angeles, June 16th, 1972, Bob Cohen, Springfield, New Jersey. Dear Bob, my dear Bob, please accept my blessings. I thank you very much for your letter dated June 12, 1972. I have noted the sentiments expressed therein with great pleasure. I'm very glad to hear that you are associating with us. I know that you are a very good boy, very intelligent, and your behavior is gentle. So I have all confidence that very quickly Krishna will bestow all his blessings upon you, and you will feel yourself becoming perfectly happy in Krishna consciousness. One makes his advancement in Krishna consciousness by voluntarily giving up his attachment to material nature, or Maya. Such renunciation is called tapasya. But we are not very willing to perform austerities without good reason. Therefore, any man with a good scientific and philosophical mind, like your good self, must first appreciate what transcendental knowledge is. If you get knowledge, automatically tapasya will follow, and then you make your advancement in spiritual life. So to get knowledge is the first item for anyone who is hoping to find the perfection of his life. Therefore, I advise you to read our books daily as far as possible and try to understand the subject matter from different angles of vision by discussing it frequently with the devotees at the New York temple. In this way, you will gradually become convinced, and by your sincere attitude and devotional service, you will make progress. Yes, having some faith in me and in Krishna consciousness process is the first and only requirement for getting actual wisdom. If there is faith, understanding will follow. And as your understanding increases, so will your disgust with the spell of illusory energy. And when you voluntarily give up your entanglements in the material world, then the progress is assured. Jai. Jai, Jai, Jai. This paragraph is really deep, actually. Jai. I think we are just now typing up the tapes of those conversations we held in Mayapur, and we shall be publishing them as a book. It will be called Perfect Questions perfect answers. I shall send you a copy as soon as they are ready to distribute. Meanwhile, I shall be stopping in New York for 2 or 3 days on my way to London for the Ratha Yatra festival there. I'm not yet certain when I shall be arriving in New York, but it will be sometime in the early part of July. You may keep in regular contact with Bali Mardana regarding the arrival date. And I shall be very much gladdened to meet with you in New York once again. Again, we shall discuss if you have any questions. Hoping this will meet you in good health and a happy mood. Your ever well-wisher, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. There's even a book called Your Ever Well-Wisher, because Srila Prabhupada would sign his letters to disciples, or like mostly disciples, but like that. Your Ever Well-Wisher. Wonder what it's like to receive a letter from Srila Prabhupada, isn't it? Jai. The next chapter will be quite long. It's called Deciding for the Future, and I'm just trying to decide if I want to start today or should I start it tomorrow and read it in one step, like in one go. Yes, I think I will start it tomorrow and read it in one go. Let's focus on those beautiful instructions that we read today about tapasya, that we're not willing to perform austerities without good reason, and how if there is faith, understanding will follow, and with our understanding, as it increases, disgust with the spell of illusory energy will follow. And when we voluntarily give up our entanglements in the material world, progress is assured. Yes, so thank you so much for tuning in today. It is a short episode, but it is a very sweet letter. And yes, we shall see you tomorrow. Hare Krishna. Okay, so I just listened to the entire episode myself, and I was like, really? That's your conclusion? And the fact that Srila Prabhupada is saying right there that, as far as possible, read my books and discuss them from different angles of vision, and that will give you the conviction, and with sincere attitude, devotional service, you will make progress. So Prabhupada is emphasizing reading his books as far as possible, and what are we doing over here in the podcast? But at the same time, I really have this feeling of not trying to, make it too, like preachy and irritating in one sense, annoying that, like read, look how I'm reading, I don't like this mood. So I'm just, I guess, unconsciously trying to avoid that. So yes, the conclusion is that please read Srila Prabhupada's books, and our humble attempt is to relish his books over and over again, and it is the way that we will advance in Krishna consciousness. Jai. Hare Krishna. So we are continuing with Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and his conversation with Bob Cohen, a Peace Corps worker in India. This is Sravanam Diaries podcast, and I'm your host, Sulalita Devidasi. This is the last chapter, actually. Chapter 9, Deciding for the Future. New York, July 4th, 1972. Bob, I received your very kind letter about a week ago. Srila Prabhupada, you are a very intelligent boy. Try to understand this philosophy. It is very important. People are wasting so much energy for sense gratification. They are not aware of what is going to happen in the next life. There is a next life, but foolish people are ignorant. This life is a preparation for the next life. that they do not know. The modern education and its universities are completely in darkness about this simple knowledge. We are changing bodies every moment. That is a medical fact. After leaving this body, we will have to accept another body. How are we going to accept that body? What kind of body? This can also be known. For example, if someone is being educated, one can understand that when he passes his examination, he is going to be an engineer or a medical practitioner. Similarly, in this life, you can prepare yourself to become something in the next life. Barbara, Bob's wife. Can we decide what we want to be in the next life? Srila Prabhupada. Yes, you can decide. We have decided that in the next life we are going to Krishna. This is our decision to go back home, back to Godhead. Suppose you decide that you are going to be an engineer or a medical practitioner. With that objective, you prepare and educate yourself. Similarly, you can decide what you are going to do in the next life. But if you don't decide, then the material nature will decide. Barbara. Could I have been Krishna conscious in my last life? Is it possible that in my last life I was a Krishna devotee and have come back again? Srila Prabhupada. It doesn't matter, but you can become a Krishna devotee now. Take advantage of our Krishna consciousness movement. When one is perfectly Krishna conscious, he does not come back. But if there is a little deficiency, then there is a possibility of coming back. But even though there is a deficiency, he comes back to a nice family. Shuchinam Shrimatam de Gehe Yoga Brashto Bijayate. Quote, the unsuccessful yogi takes birth in a religious or aristocratic family. Unquote. So human intelligence can decide for the future. An animal cannot. We have discriminatory power. If I do this, I will be benefited. If I do that, I will not be benefited. This power is there in human life. So you have to use it properly. You should know what is our goal of life and decide in that way. That is human civilization. Barbara, have you ever seen Krishna? Srila Prabhupada, yes. Barbara, you have. Srila Prabhupada, daily, at every moment. Haribo. Barbara, but not in the material body. Srila Prabhupada, he has no material body. Barbara, well, in the temple here, they have pictures of Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, that is not a material body. You are seeing materially because you have material eyes. Because you have material eyes, you cannot see the spiritual form. Therefore, Krishna kindly appears to be in a material body so that you can see him. But because he has kindly made himself just fit for your seeing, that doesn't mean he has a material body. Suppose the President of the United States kindly comes to your house. That does not mean his position and your position are the same. It is his kindness. Out of love, he may come to your house, but that does not mean he's on the same level as you. Similarly, because we cannot see Krishna with our present eyes, he therefore appears before us as a painting or as a form made of stone or wood. And Krishna is not different from these paintings and wood because everything is Krishna. Barbara, after we die, what happens to our spirit? Srila Prabhupada, you get another body. Barbara, immediately? Srila Prabhupada. Yes, it is just like when you change your apartment. You fixed up your new apartment first, then you leave this one and go there. Barbara. So, do we know what type of body we will get? Srila Prabhupada. Yes, provided you are qualified. Those who are qualified know. But for those who do not know, nature will arrange things. If you do not know, this means you have not prepared your life. So, at the time, one second. Yes. At the time of death, your mentality will create another body and naturally will supply it. So your mentality will create another body and nature will supply it. Bob, if Krishna controls everything, how does Krishna control a non-devotee? Srila Prabhupada. By Maya. Krishna controls this world just as the government controls everything. A kingdom is controlled by the king's departments. Bob, and how does Krishna control a devotee? Srila Prabhupada. Just as you control your beloved. For example, if you have a beloved child, you control him for his benefit. If he is going to touch fire, you will immediately tell him, no, my dear child, don't touch it. So, a Krishna-conscious person, a devotee, is never misled because Krishna is always guiding him. Whereas those who are not Krishna-conscious are in the charge of Maya, and Maya will do the needful, as you have seen. Bob, is the time that will die preset when we're born? When I'm born, do I have a certain given lifespan? Srila Prabhupada. Yes, a devotee, and he cannot change that. Srila Prabhupada. No, he cannot change it, but Krishna can change it. Devotee. If he commits suicide, is that also preset? Srila Prabhupada. Not preset. That you can do because you have a little independence. It is not natural to commit suicide, it is unnatural. But because we have independence, we can go from nature to unnature. A prisoner cannot go out of the prison house naturally. But if somehow or other he arranges to jump over the wall and escapes, then he becomes eligible for further imprisonment. He will be arrested again, and his term of imprisonment will be increased. So, naturally, we cannot violate destiny, but if we do it, then we will suffer. But our destiny can be changed by Krishna when we are Krishna conscious. We do not do it, but Krishna will do it. Krishna says, Aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami. I shall give you protection. That change takes place for my protection. There are two stages, non-devotee and devotee. The non-devotee is under the control of material nature, and the devotee is under the direct control of Krishna. There are many employees in the big company, and they are controlled by the head of the company through different departmental superintendents. But although outside of home he controls indirectly, the same man at home is controlling his children directly. But he is always a controller. Similarly, God is always the controller. When one becomes a devotee, he is controlled by God. When he is a non-devotee, he is controlled by his agent, Maya. But he has to be controlled. For example, every citizen of America is controlled by the government. When a citizen is alright, the civil department controls him. When he is not alright, The criminal department controls him, but he cannot say, I am not controlled. That is not possible. Everyone is controlled. If someone says, I am not controlled, he is crazy. Everyone is controlled. So either you are controlled directly by God, or you are controlled by his agency, Maya. Being controlled by Maya, you spoil your life. You remain in material experience one birth after another, changing your bodies. But if you choose to be controlled by God, then after this body you go back home, back to Godhead. Then your life is successful. You cannot exist because without being controlled. That is not possible. Intelligence means to choose to be controlled by Krishna. So we can't exist without being controlled. Jai. So, intelligence means to choose to be controlled by Krishna. That is stated in the Bhagavad-Gita. Bahunam janmanam ante gyanavan mam prapadyante. Bhagavad-Gita 7.19. Quote, after many births of traveling or speculation, one surrenders unto me. Unquote. Vasudeva sarvam iti. Quote, Krishna, you are everything. So I have come. Accept me. I am now fully surrendered unto you, and you control me. I am controlled. For so long I have been controlled by these rascals. There is no benefit. I have been controlled by my senses. So under the control of the senses, I have served so-called family, society, country, nation, up to serving the dogs, but nothing has given me satisfaction. Therefore, now I have good sense. I put myself under your control. Instead of being controlled by a dog, let me be controlled by God. Unquote. This is Krishna consciousness. Have you not seen how a man is controlled by a dog? In the street, the dog stops, passes Stool, and his master will stand and wait, is it not? He is passing stool and urine, and the master is thinking, I am master. But he is controlled. That is Maya. He has become a servant of the dog, but he is thinking, I am master. So unless one is Krishna conscious, one cannot understand. We can understand that this rascal is being controlled by his dog, but he is thinking that he is the master. We can understand. What do you think? Has he not become controlled by the dog? Bob, that is so, Srila Prabhupada, but he is thinking, I am the master of the dog. A family man is controlled by his wife, his children, his servants, by everyone, but he is thinking, I am master. President Nixon is thinking that he is master of his country, but he is controlled. At once he can be dismissed by the public, his servants, and he will take a position claiming, I will give you very good service, and I shall be a first-class servant. Therefore people vote. All right, you become president. And he is advertising, re-elect me, re-elect me. That means he is a servant. But he is thinking, I am master. That is the position, Maya. One who is controlled by Maya is thinking himself master, but he is a servant. And a devotee never thinks to himself, I am master. Only, I am servant. That is the difference between Maya and reality. He at least knows, I am never master, I am always a servant. When a servant is thinking, I am master, that is called illusion. But when a servant thinks, I am a servant, that is not illusion. That is mukti, liberation. Because he is not controlled by false thoughts. Try to think about the subject matter. A devotee is never controlled by false thoughts. He knows his position. Svarupina vyavastiti. Mukti, liberation, means to be situated in one's own constitutional position. I am a servant. So if I know that I'm a servant, that is my liberation. And if I think that I'm a master, that is bondage. This is the difference between conditioned life and liberated life. So these Krishna-conscious devotees are always thinking that they are servants of Krishna. Therefore, they're all liberated. They do not endeavor for liberation. They are already liberated because they are situated in their constitutional position. They're not artificially thinking, I am master. Otherwise, everyone is thinking, I am a master. That is illusion. You cannot be master in any state of your life. You must remain a servant. That is your position. When one thinks artificially that he is master, then that is his conditional life, conditioned life. And when one voluntarily surrenders to the Supreme Master, that is his liberation. A devotee does not try for liberation separately. As soon as he surrenders to Krishna or his representative, he is liberated. One moment. Okay. Bob, Prabhupada, some religious people claim that Jesus is guiding them. Can this be so? Srila Prabhupada, yes, but they are not taking the guidance. Just like the Christians, Jesus is guiding them, thou shalt not kill. But they are killing. Where is the Jesus guidance? Simply saying, I am guided by Jesus Christ, will that do? But I don't care for his words. Is that guidance? Nobody is being guided by Jesus Christ. Their claim is false. It is very hard to find a man who is actually being guided by Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ's guidance is available, but nobody is caring for it. They have taken Jesus Christ as a contractor to take up their sins. That is their philosophy. They commit all kinds of sins, and poor Jesus Christ will be responsible. That is their religion. Therefore they say, we have a very good religion. For all our sinful activities, Jesus Christ will die. So is that good religion? They have no sympathy for Jesus Christ. He died for our sins. Why should we commit sins again? Such a great life has been sacrificed for our sins, so we should be guided by Jesus Christ. But if you take it otherwise, we shall go on committing all sins, and Jesus Christ will make a contract to nullify all my sins. I'll simply go to the church and confess and come back and again do all nonsense. Do you think that shows very good intelligence? Bob, no. Srila Prabhupada, one who is actually guided by Jesus Christ will certainly get liberation, but it is very hard to find a man who is actually being guided by Jesus Christ. Bob, what about the Jesus freaks, young people who read Bible very often? Srila Prabhupada, But violence is against the Bible's injunctions. How can they kill if they are following the Bible? Bob, they claim that the Bible says Jesus ate meat. Srila Prabhupada, that's alright. He may eat anything. He is powerful. But he has ordered, thou shalt not kill. You must stop killing. He is powerful. He can eat the whole world. But you cannot compare to Jesus Christ. You cannot imitate Jesus Christ. You have to abide by his order. Then you are guided by Jesus Christ. That is actually obedience. That is explained. One second. In the Bhagavata. One who is Ishvara, who is empowered, can do anything, but we cannot imitate. We have to abide by his order. What he says to me, that I will do. You cannot imitate. You say that Jesus Christ ate meat, admitting that you do not know in what condition he ate meat. He himself is eating meat, but he is advising others not to kill. Do you think that Jesus Christ was contradicting himself? Bob, no. Srila Prabhupada, he cannot do that. That is real faith in him, that he cannot do that. So why has he eaten meat? He knows, but he has asked me not to kill. I have to follow. This is the real system. You are not Jesus Christ. You cannot imitate him. He has sacrificed his life for God. Can you do that? So why shall you imitate Jesus Christ? You are imitating Jesus Christ by eating meat. Why not imitate Jesus Christ and sacrifice your life for spreading God consciousness? What do you think? Yes, when you preach, you can say what you think. They are so-called Christians, but what are they doing for God? Just consider the sun. The sun is absorbing urine. Can you drink urine? If you want to imitate the sun, oh, here is the sun absorbing urine, let me drink urine. Can you? Jesus Christ is powerful. He can do everything. But we cannot imitate. We have to simply abide by his order. That is real Christianity. We cannot imitate a powerful man. Our Vedic literature describes that once there was an ocean of poison, and no one knew what to do with it. Then Lord Shiva said, "All right, I'll drink it." So he drank the whole poison ocean and kept it in his throat. Can you drink poison? Not the ocean, just one cup. So how can we imitate Lord Shiva? Lord Shiva never advised that we drink poison, so you have to abide by the advice, not imitate. These LSD and marijuana people say that Lord Shiva used to smoke ganja. But Lord Shiva drank the whole poisoned ocean. Can you do that? It is Lord Shiva's instructions that should be followed, not his example of smoking ganja. When Parvati asked him what method of worship is best, he said, Vishnur Aradhanam Param. The best worship is worship of Lord Vishnu, Krishna. There are many demigods, but he recommended Vishnu worship as the best. And better than Vishnu worship is worship of a Vaishnava. The exact word used here is Tadiyanam, those who are related to Vishnu. For instance, we are worshipping this plant, Tulsi. We are not worshipping all plants, but because this Tulsi has a very intimate connection with Krishna, Vishnu, we are therefore worshipping her. Similarly, if anything is intimately related with Krishna, worship of that thing is better than worship of Vishnu. Bob, why is that? Srila Prabhupada, because Krishna will be pleased. Suppose you have a dog and some friends come and pat your dog. Srila Prabhupada makes big patting motions. You become pleased. Oh, he's my good friend. You see how they think? We see this. Some friend comes and says, "My, what a nice dog you have." Laughter. Some Indian guests enter the room. Srila Prabhupada, please have some prasadam. Srila Prabhupada continues speaking with his guests, sometimes in English and sometimes Hindi. It is his last day in New York, and his plane to London is scheduled to leave in only a few hours. Bob has brought a car to drive Srila Prabhupada to Kennedy Airport. The devotees are scurrying about, bringing luggage to the car, putting the manuscripts of Srila Prabhupada's latest translating work in order, and making other last-minute arrangements. Shyam Sundar, everything's ready, Srila Prabhupada. The car is waiting for us. Srila Prabhupada, so, we can go now? Alright. Hare Krishna. Thus ends the last chapter of Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers, concluding words. Between 1972 and 1976, I took to heart Srila Prabhupada's suggestion that I make a serious study of the Bhagavad-Gita and Bhakti Yoga. He advised me to continue asking questions from different angles of vision and to consult others on the Bhakti path. Though I was anxious to acquire the devotional taste I saw in his disciples, I was determined to approach my study of Bhakti Yoga cautiously and deliberately. As a scientist, I first explored the Gita's epistemology. The science of Bhakti Yoga has its own tools and method for understanding transcendental subjects. I felt the need to overcome my skepticism enough to experiment with these tools, which include meditative chanting and hearing about Krishna. Srila Prabhupada had convinced me enough to take that necessary first step. My own unexpectedly sweet experience convinced me to continue further. On July 19, 1976, some 4 years after our meeting, Srila Prabhupada accepted my wife and I as his disciples. In keeping with the ancient Vaishnava tradition, he initiated us as Bhakti Devidasi and Brahmā Tirtha Dasa, names indicating that we had become sadhakas, serious aspirants on the spiritual path. Since 1972, when my adventure with Krishna began, I have always tried to balance my inner life with my external responsibilities. The loving support of my wife and the mentorship of many experts, practitioners, have helped me, grounded me in the principles of the Gita. One of these principles is to connect the word yoga literally means to connect with our inner voice, the higher voice known in Sanskrit as Paramatma, and in pop culture as the Force. See, I knew it that the Force has something to do with Prabhupada's books. Okay, I can't not mention this. We've read already the what was that book? Easy Journey to Other Planets. And in that book of Srila Prabhupada, he is speaking about the Supreme as the Force. And that's back in that book actually, that was the first published book of Srila Prabhupada, that was 1960s. And then, some 20 years later, Star Wars come and there's like the Force, may the Force be with you, this, that. So, And Brahmā Tirtha Prabhu, right? Bob Cohen Prabhu, Brahmā Tirtha Prabhu, he also says that this inner voice, higher voice, known in Sanskrit as Paramatma and in pop culture as the Force. That's it. Exactly. Building this intuitive connection has brought me strength in all facts of my life. How is such an intuitive connection built? With philosophical understanding, chanting, and applying the Gita's systems of checking intuition with trusted external sources. While developing my career as a scientist and consultant, I practiced directly in Bhakti Yoga practices through the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, the society founded by Srila Prabhupada. My services in the society have included heading up a children's school, publishing books, and encouraging the academic study of the principles of Bhakti Yoga. These opportunities have deepened and enriched my perception of Bhakti Yoga, and that perception has continued to grow since Srila Prabhupada so perfectly answered my fumbling questions 33 years ago. Brahmā Tirtha Das, Bob Cohen, Gainesville, Florida, June 24th, 2005. Wow, so we have completed perfect questions, perfect answers. Thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is still in the description, and tomorrow we shall begin the next book, which I already mentioned a few episodes before. It's the second book where Srila Prabhupada manifests his awesome, challenging and defying nature. And it has incredible explanations of how life comes from life. So that book is Life Comes from Life. So stay tuned. Very excited to read that one of my most favorite books. So we shall see you tomorrow. Hare Krishna.